Well, I love the chase till the minute I win it. A beautiful face till there's love for me in it. Give me your heart and baby I'll bill it. 'Cause I always kill the things I love. Some folk would die for the sake of another. Lay down their life.
Wowee, that is some nice music that goes with this cover photo, I won't lie. Can't wait to get copyrighted after that. That was done by a singer, a Danish singer called Claudia Buchan. Nice, beautiful song. I thought, might make it my theme song. Don't copyright me, Claudia, if you're watching. Please don't copyright me. So I actually like that. I really like that. Welcome everyone to the late night stream. We're going to get some people on. We're not going to fuck around. Let's get the stream going. Let's get people in. You drive the show. You talk about what you want. Anything you want. We've got people already in there. Already in the chat. Manny's in there. He'll take Jake Stringer for 300 every day of the week, no more, or he can fuck right off. Yeah, but you don't want to play like that, though, Manny. He's overrated. Look how dapper Lucas will have in that, lovely Irish suit. I agree. See, I have an AI-generated photo. I play some classy, classical music, and then my hair looks like this, and I fucking haven't got a shave. Yeah. Said he wears a wizard hat and Corey Worthington speed dealers without a shirt. Corey Worthington. Actually, funny story on the sunglasses. You will not be seeing those sunglasses anymore. I went to Adelaide Oval a couple of weeks ago. I went to the net, have a hit in the nets. I put my sunglasses on the floor, and it was only realised when I was 1 hour out of Adelaide, I realised, fuck, where are my glasses? I've left them at Adelaide Oval, hence why I'm not wearing them anymore. I haven't worn them for the last 2 weeks. Chris, you're late, buddy. Hey, Manny. Chris is on. Hey, Coach Lucas. Hey, Stefano. So, yeah, no Corey Worthington glasses. You still got the wizard hat, but not the glasses. That is terrible. Don't leave them at Adelaide Oval. I have to go back there one day and get it. I can't be fucked going all the way in the city and getting them, but they are Oakleys, and they did cost a lot of money back then. Not anymore because they're 10 years old, but they were at the time. I fucking pay membership for that club, and they can't even post my sunnies back. They want me to pick them up. How fucking ridiculous! Saka, give me back my glasses. But anyway, we'll get some people on. We've got people backstage. Daz and Chris are on. This is fantastic. Add Chris to the stage. Bang, how you doing, Chris?
Hi, guys. How you doing?
No worries, Chris. And Daz is back there. We'll get Daz on. Bang. Daz, oh, yes. How you doing, mate?
Good evening, Lucas. Good evening, Chris. Good evening, all.
Hey, Daz.
Good evening.
G'day, Chris.
So there you go. You drive the show.
The Three Stooges. The Three Stooges, guys.
Yeah, well, when
Larry,
you play,
Moe, and Curly.
Well, there you go.
You pick first, Lucas. Which one do you want to be? You want to be? You don't even know who the Three Stooges are, probably.
Oh, I do the three comedy acts. You know, back in what was it? What years was it? Was it the 70s or?
My late father would tell me it was probably in the 50s and 60s, probably black and white on a Saturday afternoon. Apparently, when I was not even a grasshopper, probably, but when he was a boy or young boy, he used to get it probably on a Saturday afternoon, if there was no footy on, if he wasn't interested, he'd turn on the TV back in those days in the 60s, and it would be a Saturday afternoon movie with the Three Stooges. Or maybe another movie, you know, black and white generally. I mean, yeah, we don't sort of like think of black and white, do we? Us type of guys these days. We grew up with colour TV, but yeah, back in those days, they used to watch the midday movies as they were back then. But anyway,
yeah, well, they are well. Midday movies are dead now, Daz. They don't do them anymore.
But I'll tell you what, we get the Three Stooges every footy game mostly. Actually, they're now Four Stooges. They're called the umpires.
Yeah.
You can go to a footy game and you can watch the Four Stooges out there.
Yeah, well, we could literally do a 10-hour. Well, there is not enough time in the world to talk about the umpires.
Exactly.
But having said that, if you want to rant about them, you're more than welcome to do that, because the boss, what's his name, Andrew Dillon, says, oh, the umpiring is never better. Then Greg Son comes out and says, oh, well, you know, there's not many mistakes. And then I don't know if you saw this post. They released a post a week ago. It could have been 4 or 5 days ago, to be fair, saying they did a statistic. Check the shit that I'm about to say here, Daz and Chris. So they checked all the statistics of every free kick that's given, right? And I don't know if you saw this, but apparently over 95% of the free kicks throughout the year are correct decisions. Can you believe that shit? Can you believe that shit?
I did read that, but isn't that just typical of the AFL coming to that conclusion? And they do it a month out before finals, before the cutthroat finals begin. So it will have outrage during the finals with decisions, interpretations, the standing rule, the 50-metre rule, all that sort of stuff. And they just conveniently put that out a month before finals, a month before we set the 10 teams for wildcard and the ladder positions and all of that. They just want to pop up their tyres again.
Yeah, they did a poll. Yeah, you did fucking no poll. There was no poll. You're talking rubbish. You just put it out there just to rage bait fans. Yeah. That's how stupid these guys are running AFL.
It is a poll involving all the AFL people, Andrew Dillon and Laura Kane and Greg Swan and Steve McBurney and all the umpires, probably good old friend, our great friend Chambo would have been in there as well, Razor Ray, and they all would have been saying, oh, we're picking out all the good things. We'll just highlight that and we won't talk about all the negative stuff, all the stuff that keeps coming up from week to week. We'll just say, we'll put a score of 94% or whatever it was, and the fans will be happy with that. It was just those guys doing all the assessing.
It's a bit like I don't know if you remember this, but a couple of years ago, the AFL did another poll to what is wrong with the game, and apparently they came back with 80% of the fans don't, 80% or 85% of the fans wanted tickets back at the gates. I don't know if you knew that one. Which was also a complete joke at the time. This so-called poll, the 80% of the fans wanted the tickets at the gate to be back, and that was the reason why the AFL had all of its huge problems, was the tickets. You couldn't pick them up the gate anymore, and they had to bring back the tickets at the gate. It's a lot like that, a load of absolute bullshit. You don't want to hear that. Just fucking... Why are we so fragile with umpires? Why can't we just criticize they're not even full fucking time. They're not even full time, mate. So why are we trying to protect them? You know, it's just an absolute joke. Just a joke.
Now, Lucas, I've got to speak on behalf of a Collingwood fan. It was quite odd with that game on Thursday, the Cats and the Pies, and the free kick. I'm not really sure. I'm not keen on assessing whether some team gets more free kicks or the other. But what was it in the end? And I've got to speak because, I mean, we've been really, really hard done by over the last 6 to 8 weeks in particular. But what was the lopsided free kick count in that game? Collingwood got 25 free kicks to, was it 8? You tell me. Did you find that out?
I'll look for you. I'm actually on the AFL app now, so I can actually tell you that right now. Actually, see?
And look, it was bizarre, really. And look, I couldn't give a stuff, really, to be quite honest. But I mean, that's the sort of stuff we see from week to week. That you get that sort of, and there was a game early in the year where Collingwood got about 9 free kicks to 24 or something like that against somebody, and I forget who it was. But
20.
again,
you gave us a little bit too much. Yeah, it was 24-7 now. 24-7. You gave us a little bit extra credit there.
24-7. Yeah, 24-7. And I was at the game, and I reckon, and what annoys me, and we're seeing it more every game, is the umpire that's not in control, like he's 60 metres away, overruling the umpire that is the closest. We're seeing it constantly now. It's so frustrating.
I said this a month ago about that. So, you notice they wear earpieces? I reckon someone is telling them in the earpiece that, pay that free kick. I'm convinced that they're telling someone in the ear, whether it's someone high up or in the arc, oh, no, you've got to pay that free kick. The umpire's missed it. And when they come in 60 metres away, 90% are wrong. 90% of them are wrong. Yet they try to interfere in the fucking game. So I'm convinced someone's telling them this in their little earpieces. Why are they wearing earpieces anyway? There's 4 fucking umpires out there. What the fuck are they going to communicate? You don't need them wearing earpieces.
Apparently, they supposedly communicate amongst themselves. But I've sat and watched the game, and they've got the audio, and you should be able to hear those. So why can't we hear, if we're watching Fox or Fox Footy or Channel 7, why then are we not hearing them talk to their colleagues? If it's that is the reason that they're talking to each other to try and help each other out, a bit of teamwork, why then is it not coming across on the broadcasting station?
Because apparently they're using a different frequency. So they've got their own little frequency. So they've got their own little frequency between the arc and the earpiece. So they wear two microphones. They run in their little earpiece, and they wear one on the front, so you can hear the players talk to the umpire. That's the one in the front. But the one in the ear, that's on a completely different frequency. It's secretive, as you said.
Anyway, we've had enough of the umpires. We don't, mate. Tonight's not about the umpires. Let's talk about something else. Chris, where are you, mate? Is he still there?
Yeah, Chris is there.
Chris, talk about something. What do you want to talk about?
For tonight on Footy Classified, we're trying to get Jake Stringer. What do you think about that? Are you a fan of that?
Oh, well, what do you expect? Every player that's currently out of contract, let's consider Collingwood. That's what they do all the time, the media and the journos, don't they? Last week or the week before, it was Jesse Hogan. It's quite incredible, isn't it, really? Let's sign Ed Allen first. Let's get the signing there. And let's, hopefully it's a done deal, Lachie Neale. Let's get those two sorted out first, and let's see if we can get our own bet in order and try and see if we can work out what side he's doing, and Pendles and Jeremy Howe, because clearly I think they'll be waiting on that first before they even make a call on some of the other guys that are probably going to get delisted. But what do you think, Chris, about Jake Stringer?
Chris, you got to fix your microphone. We can barely hear you, mate.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we got you loud and clear now. That's better. That's much better.
What do you think?
I was talking about it with I was talking about it with Manny, and Manny said we could get him 3 to 500. So for that, I would take him for a bag of chips. But the thing is, I don't think he's that great of a player. I saw him
No.
against Essendon, and he kicked 0 goals, 8. And I thought that day, no, I don't want him.
How many forwards do we actually need at the club? You know, we've got just drafted recently Jack Buller, where we still don't know what's going on there. We've got the Pod, Husky. We've got Charlie West, still needs to, you know, we needs to see, you know, hopefully something from him. And the only way that happens if he plays more AFL games. I mean, the fact that he's only played 5 games for the club is a disgrace. We're still not sure. I mean, he's got another year to go on his contract, but there's other clubs lurking around, wanting him to go back to SA, I believe. And then we've got McStay and Membry. And Membry, up until last Thursday night, was knocking the door down again to try and get another year on and another extension on his contract for another year. And McStay would be the only one that you could confidently say, McStay's last sort of like month and a half, you can only confidently say that he gets a game up in the forward line for the Pies. But yeah, if you get Jake String, and then 2 weeks ago, Jesse Hogan was the guy apparently Collingwood were interested in. So how many forwards do we actually need?
We
need a replacement for Jamie Elliott. He thinks he could be the Jamie Elliott replacement.
Yeah, possibly. But you'd want to see Jake String is sort of a bit, he can be very frustrating, very lazy. He plays well when he wants to. He's going to cause frustration for Collingwood, I think. I'm not saying don't get him, but he's going to be frustrating. You know, time will tell there, but who you know, there we go. What is he, 31 years of age, 30, 31? Jesse Hogan's 32, I think, or might even be a bit older than that. With Jesse Hogan, you would definitely have to check his fitness level at the moment because he can't seem to play a full season. Always getting injuries. So at his best, he's very good, but is he past his best? That's the big question. But you know, I won't be supporting too many more forwards unless they're a real good forward that's going to play pretty much every week. If it's going to knock Charlie West out of the AFL team, need Charlie West to play all year next year, whether it's half forward, clunking balls. He's the best mark in our forward line. We just need him to kick some goals. That's all. He's the best contested mark in our forward line. He's not very tall, but he clunks them. He just needs to have the confidence to go back and kick those goals, like the one he kicked against Sydney in the opening quarter in that SCG game. That was a guy that could kick goals from anywhere. We just need to see more of that.
Pussy Sniffer said that Jake Stringer only plays well when a contract's up for grabs, and that's absolutely correct. Yeah.
Second half of the year normally. Yeah.
Correct. Yes.
What do you think? What do you think about Jake Stringer going to Collingwood?
No.
Lucas, do you think he'd fit in well, or do you think it might be a bit of an issue?
I can't comment on what your club wants per se, but what I will say is if he came to my club, I'd be angry. I wouldn't want him. I don't think he suits your club. I think you need a 50, 60 goal kicker. That's what I think you need. I know those are very rare, very hard to come by. But I think Jake Stringer will be nothing more than a half of a McStay. I think Stringer can give you 30 goals, 30, 35 goals, but you don't need that. You need someone that's going to get you to 50, 60 goals. So I don't think Stringer would be any good as McStay, Shields, Membry, and all that, in my opinion. Once again, Chris. No, Chris, we can't hear you, mate. You got a bad mic tonight, mate.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, there you go. That's better.
It's not available. Who should Collingwood go for, in your opinion?
Who should Collingwood go for? I'll let
Yes.
Daz answer that first.
I'm just doing something at the moment. I'll have to cut myself off, cut the audio, mate.
Okay, I'll answer that then, and you can do what you do, and you can answer that. So to answer Chris's question, who do you think they should go after? So I think this is a good question by Bush Business. He's good for 30-40. You can develop that. You really can. So I think with a good midfield, I think Jesse Hogan can get you 50-60 goals. I think here's one out the box. I'm going to throw this out there for Collingwood fans. This is going to be wild. I reckon you should go after Georgiades from Port Adelaide.
But didn't he just?
I reckon. Sorry, Chris.
Didn't he just resign for Port Adelaide?
I think he's just signed again, Lucas.
Yeah.
I think he's re-signed for Port Adelaide.
Yeah, he re-signed last year. West Coast because he is a Perth boy. West Coast were heavily into him, and I think Georgiades thought, well, I ain't going to go play the West Coast. Fuck that. I reckon he's gettable. I really reckon Georgiades is gettable. Contract or not, I think they've lost Butters. Georgiades is a one-man band up there. Now I know he hasn't had the best year as far as goal kicking goes, but he can kick. He can kick you 40-50 goals. He can kick you that margin, and he's a good jumper. He's good in the run and gun space. He leads to the football. He's got good leading patterns. I think he'd be fantastic. Bussy Sniffer said Georgiades ain't going anywhere but WA. Yeah, he is a WA boy. But I reckon Collingwood should make a play, in my opinion. Just because you're from WA, or just because you're an interstate player in another interstate. Like, let's say, just because Chad Warner, is from Perth, doesn't mean a Melbourne club can take Chad Warner. Everyone's on limits. And I reckon Collingwood should go after him. Just put a little offer to him saying, you want to play at a club that's going to win you premierships or be near finals. Here's your chance, mate. You're in the prime of your career. Here's a chance. Come to us, kick 50-60 goals, and we can make top four. I reckon Georgiades will do that. I reckon he'd be your best forward by an absolute mile. He'd be your centre-half forward. In fact, he'd be your full forward, to be honest. He can play deep and then run into space, a bit like Jack Gunston. He is a younger Jack Gunston, in my opinion. Now, I don't think he'll kick 600 goals like Jack Gunston, but I think he plays like a Jack Gunston. And if Jack Gunston went to Collingwood, he'd instantly be your best forward. So I reckon you should go after Gunston. Oh, not Gunston, Georgiades. Well, you can go after Gunston. They give you a year, but no, I reckon Georgiades for me. I don't think he's having the best time at Port Adelaide. Port has Stengel or Bobby Hill coming in, Nass next year, and their last year draft picks, this year's draft picks. Butters, Compo, they're building a big team right leave. Yeah, I don't buy that. I don't think Port Adelaide. I don't see that with Port Adelaide. I don't see that. I don't think they'll get Bobby Hill. I don't think they'll get Nass. Don't see it. And just because they get draft picks doesn't mean you're gonna be at the top for the next 5-6 years. I reckon Georgiades is very gettable, and I think he would have went to West Coast. If West Coast were in the premiership window, I think Georgiades would have went. I don't think he's really happy at Port Adelaide, to be honest. Chris? No, can't hear Chris. What I'm going to do. Oh.
Can you hear me? Lucas.
Yes, Daz, you're on. Chris, what we're going to do, Chris, we're going to take you off and then come back in, see if that helps. Where's the link? We're going to post the link. All right. Matt says he'll be coming in. I haven't heard much from Void today. I think Sean will be coming in as well. But what do you think of that, Daz? Would you like a Georgiades?
What was the question? Sorry, Lucas.
Would you like a would you play for Georgiades? Would you like a Georgiades at your club?
Obviously, because he's a decent forward. Obviously,
Yeah.
I don't think couldn't knock that. That's for sure. Yeah, I rate him. He had some injuries earlier in his career. I think he did a knee as well, but he's a pretty If you can get another, if you can have 2-4, it'd be great with two other forwards, because you would have difficulty manning up on all three. You know, obviously it'd work well with Collingwood. I just think he's ungettable, really. So, and on that note, I've got a point in regards to Port having a go. Port having a go at Craig Kelly during the week or on
Josh
Friday.
Carr?
Yeah, well, it was Port Adelaide went after Jason Horne-Francis 18 months before his contract ended, and they were talking to him 18 months before he was leaving North.
That's it. Yeah, we can hear. That's much better sound from Chris now.
The reason is because I was using my laptop. I've just got it for my birthday.
Okay, mate. No, that's all right.
And I'm struggling to use. I'm struggling to figure out how to use it, so I had to change my iPad.
No, pussy, that's not going to happen. Ollie Henry is a required player. It's a bit of nuts.
Well, Lucas, back to your question with Georgiades. What would you have to give up for him then?
Oh, see, if they lose Georgiades, they're fucked. I know they've got. Well, Butters is gone. They've got Rosie and Horne-Francis, but he's the only forward they've got. Yeah. They've got Todd Marshall, who's a spud. They've got Whitlock, who's still young and developing. Yeah. They've got Zado, still young and developing. If they lost Georgiades, they'd be... Well, they've got Duden. Duden's been very good this year for Port Adelaide from Carlton, so he's been their only shining light. But if they lost Georgiades, they would be absolutely fucked. Really fucked. So yeah.
I heard he re-signed. With Port Adelaide.
Yeah, he re-signed last year. So West Coast tried to make a play for him. But he said no to that. Now, to be fair, Port Adelaide were just coming out of a prelim. And West Coast were rock bottom. Since then, I don't think his mood has been that great. I think there's inside comments around the club. You know, they know how valuable he is to their club. And I don't think Georgiades is happy at Port Adelaide the way they're going to go. And I think if West Coast were in the premiership window, I reckon he would have went there. But just like I said, just because he's from WA doesn't mean a Victorian club can take him. You know, Jesse Hogan. Jesse Hogan is from WA, is he not? He played for Freo. And he went to Sydney. So that doesn't mean anything. If you're there to take him, you take him. Warble's in. Hello, Matt. Yeah, you're welcome to come in, Matt. There's a couple of comments I'd love you to have make on, especially your captain. We're just talking about Jake Stringer, Warble. Where is it here? Jake Stringer to Collingwood. He's been linked to Collingwood. I think we're all in agreement that shouldn't happen. And Matt, I said that I'd target Georgiades from Port Adelaide. I'd really go after him. Just because he's from WA doesn't mean anything. Because Hogan, played for Freo, then he went to Sydney. Well, he went to GWS, but he went to the state of Sydney. Or the state of New South Wales. Sorry, Sydney's not a state. So it doesn't really mean anything. I'd heavily go after Georgiades. You need a goal kicker, because Daz said to me, what do Collingwood need? I think you need a goal kicker that can kick 50, 60 goals. Stringer cannot give you that. He'll give you 30, maybe 35, 40 if he has a good season. Georgiades can give you that. So that's what we've been talking a little bit, Matt. Media trolling us with Stringer, no chance.
I told you, Matt's not a fan of him. I spoke to him
Making up
earlier, but he
stories
does not
again.
want him.
Trying to be relevant again, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Bring in Collingwood. Talk them
yeah.
up.
Yeah.
Bring in and clickbait,
Yeah.
you know. Make the news. Just talk about
Yeah.
somebody from Collingwood.
Mm.
Yeah, and then we spoke about Josh Carr's comments on Craig Kelly, with Josh Carr come out and saying, you know, you have no right to go after Butters. See that's a little bit more personal for me, because Footscray have spoken to Butters.
Yeah.
Geelong have spoken to Butters. Now all of a sudden, Collingwood speaks to Butters, and Josh Carr attacking Collingwood. That seems more direct. That's not a clubs keep your hand off Butters. That's a Collingwood keep your hand off Butters. So I reckon that they've met in the past week. This is what I'm thinking. I think Collingwood and Butters have met in the last week. Josh Carr's got a hold of it, and then Josh Carr's gone off the boil, because that's a very direct thing to do. No, Matt says great sign. It is a good sign. It is. That was that direct personal sledge to Collingwood, because Gray and Geelong have spoken to him. Even Richmond has spoken to Butters. But to single out Collingwood, I think something's happened in the last week, or sorry, the week before, when the comment was made. So that for me is a direct message to Collingwood, and not to Footscray, Richmond, or Geelong. So that might be a good sign.
Well, my question is to
Maybe
you,
some of
Lucas. Sorry, Daz.
Go, Chris. Go, Chris.
I was going to ask
Yours.
Lucas.
You go.
I was going to say this. Where do you think it's like at the moment? Who would you put in front for Butters? Collingwood, Bulldogs, Geelong, or Richmond to get Butters at the moment?
I'm a little bit with Matt with this one, but I'm different. Footscray's last. They're irrelevant. I think it's either going to be Richmond or Collingwood. I don't think he's into us. There's a lot of talk with Richmond. There's some talk with Collingwood. There's no talk with Geelong. I don't think he'll go with that. I don't think he'll come with us, and the reception around the club, the Geelong club, that it's not going to happen. I think it's down to Richmond and Collingwood, and I think he's going to pick. I think he'll pick Richmond, but yeah, that Collingwood felt a bit personal. So I don't think Footscray. I think Geelong's gone. I think it's down to Richmond and Collingwood. One would be for trying to chase success in the biggest club in Australia, and the other one would be just a money grab. Mind you, 2.4. I think that's what he's offered. 2.3 at Richmond is that would instantly make him the highest paid AFL player in the history of the game. So I think that's in. Hogan to the Pies makes more sense. See, Hogan can give you 50 goals. He can do that. Stringer can't do that. Stringer's not going to do that. The Bobby money freed up is what happened. We can now match Richmond. There you go.
Yeah.
Pies can't get Butters without selling the farm. They'll learn their lesson from Houston. Don't see it. Okay.
Just get rid
Well,
of
that's the
Freddie
question too, Lucas. Sorry, Daz.
I'm just saying, get rid of Houston.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Zach.
I agree with
I
that.
wouldn't be surprised. Knowing Dan Houston, he's probably texted Zach Butters numerous times and said, "Don't come here. It's a shithole," because he's fucking hopeless. He doesn't put his body on the line. He plays with no desperation or attack. I'd send him back express post. I don't care where he wants to go. Send him back express post. I've never seen a more disattached player than that guy.
Well,
Go,
just
Chris.
on other players, Daz and Chris and everybody in the chat, Jeremy Howe has a confirmed 1-year contract in extension in front of him. He hasn't signed it yet, but it's there. So Collingwood are prepared to give him a 1-year deal.
Well, I don't like it. The reason is because I think they should be focused on Ed Allen first. Ed Allen is the
Mm.
most important contract at the moment.
Yeah.
He doesn't have one. He doesn't have one next year. And if we lose him, I'm going to be like Voidor. I'm going to be pissed off. He needs a contract. And I understand the only reason they're giving Jeremy Howe a contract, one reason. He's injured. You don't give a player a contract because they're injured. You give it to people that deserve it. Ed Allen deserves a contract, and it's ridiculous he doesn't have one.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm really worried about no signing from Ed Allen this far into the year. We've seen enough. We've seen the improvement in his performance, not just with his games with the AFL, but his actual attack on the ball, his efforts, his disposal, his pushing up his possessions. Clearances are improving from week to week. He's still a young footballer, but do we want him to go somewhere else and play his best football at another club?
That's what I'm thinking.
Mm.
It's a real danger. And the team we're
It
playing
is.
this week is West Coast, and he could actually be, don't tell me, they would be right into him. They would have been talking to him for weeks.
They are.
Yes, actually.
Yeah.
They want him to go
And I
back to
reckon-
WA.
Yeah, and I reckon Geelong wouldn't be that far out of his ear as well because they need an inside mid.
Yeah.
So I reckon Geelong would have
Geelong
a
are
few
into
words
everyone,
with him. Yeah, that's where.
Yeah.
Get your hands, yeah, and don't be so, don't be so, don't treat us
Greedy.
like, Lucas, you can't tell me that Geelong haven't had a chat to Zach Butters and his manager.
Oh, yeah.
I agree with that.
Even once this year,
have,
they
yeah.
would have been. They would be. They do things so differently to other clubs, and we never hear
They
about
do.
it because they're in Geelong.
And the country,
Don't they?
they've got the country farm. They've got the country lifestyle. The country
They're down the
lifestyle. Not many
highway.
players can say that.
Exactly.
It's Alan Camp not signing, not the club. He'll be worth more at the end of the season. He's smart not to sign yet. No, you're
Yeah,
right. The
two ways
Geelong
to
have
look-
spoken
two
to
ways
Butters
to look at it.
numerous times. Yeah.
Yeah, come on, Lucas. Come on. We're not stupid. Geelong would have been one of the first clubs to be talking to Zach Butters.
yeah.
They just do things
yeah.
so.
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah.
They do things behind closed doors, and they get them and they keep it away from the media. There's been a bit of talk about Toby Green, and that's what the media's been focusing on. Toby Green going there, and great mates with Jezza and all this sort of stuff. But yeah, don't tell me that the especially with your man, Danger Man, likely to go on another year. But they would want another guy to go in and help the likes of Dempsey. And those sort of like Geelong midfielders, Bailey Smith. Imagine having three down at the Cats, including Zach Butters.
Yeah.
I dread how good they would be in the midfield.
Where's that
agree.
comment?
I agree with Daz. I think your club is in the mix to get him, Lucas. I think it's between us, you, and Richmond. I agree. I think the Dogs are out of it.
Yeah.
Where's that comment by Bussy? I want to pin it again. I can't seem to find it. Anyway, well, I'll just say. So Bussy said that. I think it was Bussy that said, "Why would they want to get Butters and Niels the same player?"
Yeah, but Lockie's only for 2 years at least, maybe 3, but 2. Do we want to be hunting around again in another 2 years to get another guy to help out Nick? Ed Allen. Providing Ed Allen signs, but he's going to take a bit of time. But he might take a lot of time. He's not going to be a Nick Dacos. He's probably not going to be a Zach Butters. He'll be good, but like I'm saying, I think you can never have too many midfielders. And as far as I'm concerned, Nick just needs help. He's 22 going on 23. I want to see him play 12, 13 years at the Pies. He's copped a battering already in his 3 years at the Pies. I want him I want to have a little bit of respite from the battering he gets. We saw it on Thursday night with Mana. Like,
Mm.
The guy needs a break. He's done a fantastic job in his 3 years already, and he's had a great year this year. He's carried the team this year constantly. I want the guy to play out and get to 300 games plus. I don't want him bloody stitched up and fighting injuries because he's got no help in the midfield.
Well, I agree with Daz. I think you can never have enough midfielders. Picture this next year, Lucas. Our midfield. We could have Zach Butters and Lockie Neal and Nick Dacos. How many people could beat that midfield next year?
Yeah, true.
And Geordie's only got another year, maybe. And look, what we've seen from Jordan to go this year has been completely polarised compared to the last few years. Like, he's hardly done a pre-season in previous years. He's hardly played more than about 10 games in the previous years. 2023, he was going okay. Second half of the year, really good. Grand final, really good. But 25, 24, pretty ordinary. Couldn't get pre-season under his belt. Always injured. Play a game, get injured. And we were starting to scratch our heads. How many more games for Geordie? This year's been one out of the box. But, what's going to happen with him next year? Is he going to be able to double up and do it again next year? You always worry about that. And he's been the best partner this year for Nick in the midfield. He's been the best partner.
Yes.
But if he doesn't come up next year, and Ed Allen's still, we're still waiting for Ed Allen, and he needs time, and people need to be patient with him. Just to have another senior player and an experienced midfielder with Nick, while Ed still grows and gets accomplished with the midfield role to be that third mid, it'd be a perfect replacement for Geordie. But, we need time to give him a little bit more presence out there. And he's growing every time. This is what I said earlier in the year, guys, that languishing in the VFL, you don't learn a lot playing these guys in the VFL, playing with the senior guys, playing with Nick, playing with the guys. They can learn every single game watching those guys, playing with those guys. Nick's in his ear all the time, telling him, encouraging him and all of that. That's where you learn. You don't learn languishing in the VFL week after week.
It's one or the other. You can't afford them both. It sounds good on paper, but it's not realistic.
Yeah. But you don't say, no, you don't turn around and say, put up the white flag and say, oh, it's too hard. You do your best to try and see if you can get a guy like that. You don't give up. You try. You do your best. You promote the club. You push the club. You say, this is a great club. We get 90,000 to a lot of games during the year. And if it's not 90, it's close to 80 or 85 at the MCG. We fill it up at Marvel, even though it's a piss weak place. We hate that place. We go into state. It's a sellout. Every time we go into state, we've got the Anzac Day games, big freeze games where you get 90,000. And then you're going to get sellouts nearly every time you play a final, whether it's interstate or at the G. That's what you get with Collingwood. Atmosphere.
Why the fuck would Butters want to play at Marvel?
That's what I don't get.
Yeah.
That's what I don't get. Because it's where he got fucking injured. It's where he got fucking injured.
The graveyard ground, where everybody gets injured, does an ankle,
Yes.
Makes no sense.
Oh, absolutely. It is. It's the Deadpool. Absolutely. That many injuries there, guys. There's that many injuries. Another guy did his ankle or knee. He's out for the rest of the year, including finals. After the weekend, there's always a couple every weekend.
I know the one he's talking about. The one from Sydney. The one from Sydney. I saw that. That was really bad. That's the one he's talking about. Yeah.
Yes. So it happens too much on that oval, doesn't it?
Yes.
Oh,
Happens
Yes.
too
it's
much.
a shocker. Horrible.
Yeah. And there's no marquee. Bulldogs don't have marquee games. I think they've only got Easter. Is it Easter against North Melbourne? That's about it. They don't
Oh,
play
that's great.
any marquee games. And so, like, how many times would Footscray play in front of a 60, 70,000 crowd? Once a year?
Never.
If that?
Never.
Yeah.
No, not really. Never. Never.
Yeah.
You might get, against Collingwood at the G, you might get, and majority Collingwood supporters.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
we've had to go to Marvel more times than not. But if you play the Dogs at the G, maybe early in the season, before the ladder positions are all sort of like sorted out, very early in the season, maybe on a good night, good day at the G, you'd probably get 65,000. But
Here you go.
maybe 70, but I guarantee you there'll be 50,000 Collingwood supporters there.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, so Collingwood, as far as legacy, you know, big club, what they've done, history is much bigger than Footscray. What are we kidding you? Geelong's bigger than Footscray. You know, fucking, you know, to be fair, Richmond's bigger than Footscray. So it just doesn't make sense why you'd consider that. You know, apparently it's his boyhood club. I get that, but that's not a big deal these days. It's really not a big deal.
Well, I heard another reason Dogs want him is because Marcus Bonampelli said he wants to play with him.
Yeah. Oh well. Everybody wants to play with Butters. Everybody, but and Bonds is not getting younger himself, is he? So
No.
if Butters, so Bonds probably got what 3-4 years, and then Butters is going to be in the same position where there's no midfield around him. He's got 10 years with Nick. He's got 10 years with Nick. Got 10 years with Bailey Smith and that. So he's got nothing with Footscray. He's only got 3-4 years with Bond. They're not going to win a flag in 3-4 years, Footscray. They haven't even got a fucking defense, let alone running flags. We couldn't afford both Neil and Butters up until last week. What has changed? We now have an extra 7. Oh, Daz has fallen off here, 7K a year. That was not on the table a week ago. That was from the 1B Hill money. And Stengel was not part of the club as well, so that's fantastic. Stengel, we've got him off the books, which is fantastic. The 70K that was going to Bobby Hill. Exactly. There you go. Bang. Talk about the pre-match entertainment, Chris.
was that last Thursday you're talking about?
Yeah, last Thursday, more backlash over it, more bullshit. We'll put the child Daz is back. There you go. We'll get Daz back. Last week's pre-match entertainment, Daz. Oh, fucking hell.
Well, that's the question
That's
the question I was going to ask Daz. He was there last Thursday. What was it like last Thursday, Daz, to be there?
My God, you were there last week, Daz?
He was.
Oh, don't get me wound up again, please. Oh, look, it was just a circus. Can I just, you know what it reminded me of? This is what I got a text from somebody Sunday, sorry. And I started thinking about it. I said, I think I might actually go on the stream and your stream and say what you think about it. I know you were watching from your TV screens or your phone or whatever. It's sort of halfway there. It reminded me of the Mardi Gras. It's getting close to the Mardi Gras, guys. We're going to have a Mardi Gras sort of pre-game sort of entertainment in a few years' time, I reckon. The way this is going.
No, I agree with you.
Where all the glamorous people are going to be walking around, and we're going to have light shows and all that sort of stuff, and and the fans will just have to sit there and watch it, and they'll be cheering more for that than the actual game itself.
Oh, wow.
Go on.
I had the game on mute because of my watch along, Daz. Now I didn't know this. I knew Collingwood were not going to do their theme song. They had a song picked out. I did not hear the song. But then when I went on to Mixstream, I only just found out on Mixstream that even Geelong didn't have their theme song. They had a custom song. And what the fuck is that about? I could not, because I couldn't hear it because I had it on mute. I can't play audio because I get copyright. But when I first heard that, Geelong didn't have a theme song. They had their own fucking song from that whiteout during the Brisbane game. I couldn't believe it. I thought we were past this. This is an absolute piss take. I'm embarrassed.
Yeah. Apparently, the Geelong went into the rooms after the game.
Yeah.
And instead of singing their club song, they had Ride a Pink Pony. They all sang Ride the Pink Pony song with Ollie in the middle.
Oh, very good. Very good.
Apparently, Lucas,
I
they
love
had
it,
Ride a
Daz.
Pink Pony. They had that playing after the game in the rooms, apparently. I can attest for that. That is what happened. They didn't sing their club song as a team. They had Ollie in the middle because he kicked 4 goals against us again.
Yeah.
And that song was playing throughout the night.
Yeah.
And Ollie, and he just went, "Thank you very much." Yes. That's your,
And did you
that's your club, Lucas.
He had a good game, Ollie. He had a good game, Ollie. I'll give him that. Yes, Daz. That was the song "Heads for a Roll," and it's about fuck it. I'll say it. I don't give a shit. They can cancel me.
Yeah.
Try. I'll be back. It's about beheading people. That's what the song's about. Beheading people and kicking their heads around. They're just so woke. Yeah, that was your captain's choice, Daz.
Yeah.
That was your captain's choice.
That was Maynard.
Was it Maynard, was it?
Yeah, it was Maynard.
It was Maynard's choice to play that ridiculous song.
It was.
So much for the family club.
Oh, it's embarrassing. Fucking embarrassing. Lucas, have you heard your biggest weapon?
Put a song on. Yeah. At least put a song on that the fans know for a start.
Yes.
If you're going to change the format, at least put a pump-up song before the actual game starts so the fans actually know it, or the majority of fans actually know it.
It's embarrassing. Out of all the fucking songs, you choose a song that's talking about hitting people. Get the fuck out of here. What are we doing? Bo, that's very sarcastic, Bo. You're better than that. Oh, just on that, Bo. Glad you're in here, Bo. I went on your watch along, called Mars the Arsenal commie. Bo, I love you, mate. You're a great guy. I have nothing but the respect for you. I'm not a Man City fan, Bo. I'm a Real Madrid fan. You said to Mars, you said you fuck. You said to Mars, no, he's a Man City fan. That is wrong. That is wrong, Bo. You're better than that. But come on, Bo, if you want to come spend a half an hour with us, Bo. I really do appreciate it, but I'm not a Man City fan. It's because I'm fat, I can only fucking fit in that shirt. But I'm a Real Madrid fan. This is what happens when
the Gunners.
Yeah, that's it.
I hope no one's having to go to Arsenal, because you've got one hell of an Arsenal fan right here. So
wow, okay.
We can go toe to toe, Lucas, if you want to later on. If you start running out of things to talk about. But
I really want Bo in. Now
Don't push me, mate. Don't push me.
Right, Bo. Fantastic. Same banner, whatever, mate. Now, right down. No, fuck it. I'm going to say it. Because Mars, you all know Mars from the Jumper Punch. I was going to say this to Mars, and I hope he comes on my show as well. We'll talk about some Premier League. Bo, this also regards you as well. Not really you, because you haven't won any silverware since the Stone Age, mate. Just because Arsenal, Daz is here, just because you've won one piece of silverware in 100 years does not make you Real Madrid or Barcelona. I want to put that out there. Just be clear. You're in relevant, Bo. You haven't, like I said, you haven't won a trophy since the Stone Age. Arsenal, yeah, fantastic. You won the league. Fantastic, but you're not Real Madrid. Doesn't make you Real Madrid. I've seen more trophies than all of you. I bet I won't question that, mate. You're an animal, Bo, when it comes to watching Chelsea. Flying in, flying out. I can't believe you did that. I can't believe how someone can stand in a plane for 48 hours and then like only 4 hours watching a game and back on a plane. That is mental. I can't believe you did that. I can't believe you did that. I want him to do that for Melbourne. So I'll give you that. But Daz, all right, you won one trophy. That's fantastic. All right, let's see if you can win another one. Let's even go for the Champions League.
That's it, man. We'll take things. We don't talk ourselves up like some football clubs over there.
Ooh.
You know, we've been hurt before, obviously, but you know, we'll take things quietly.
Fair enough.
Very, 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 very balanced supporter there. But yeah,
5 years ago, that's the COVID times, mate. That's the Stone Age.
I don't give a stuff. I don't give a continental, mate.
Still really want
Still one of the. We're like Collingwood, one of the big clubs, mate.
Oh,
Well, back to the pre-match entertainment, Lucas.
Oh,
Lucas, back to the pre-match entertainment. I want to know
mate.
what did you and Daz think about them tossing the coin in the locker rooms backstage?
More woke bullshit. I feel bad for that fan because that fan signed up. I don't know how they get a fan to toss the coin. I don't get that process. But he's probably thinking, you know, how good is this? I get to go on the G. I get to big game in front of 80,000 people. Or it was really 60 that night, but 60,000 people. I get to toss the coin. How good is that? Oh no, I don't do that. I'm going to do it in a fucking locker room. Like, whoa, how inspiring. How inspiring. That's a disgrace.
Yeah, he certainly was shortchanged, that's for sure. Very much so. He got it was half glass filled for that guy, unfortunately. Got shortchanged. It's like going and buying a slab of beer and only getting like a quarter of it. And paying full totes for it. So that's what it was like. Yeah, but he couldn't. He got the opportunity, and not what you would call. He wouldn't have had the tingles down or the goosebumps on him as he would if he walked out there with like 85,000 people there in the middle of the G and shaking both hands and then looking to punt road end or looking the other end or whatever and then walking off the ground as well and just taking a look around the stadium as well, the Shane Warne stand and all that sort of stuff, which jam-packed. And then the siren goes and everyone's got to get into position. I mean, that's what it's all about, isn't it? The contest.
I want to hear the fucking theme song. It's tradition. You're only throwing 150 years tradition out the window. It's no big deal. It's no big deal. You know, the hell with that. The hell with that, Collingwood say. The hell with tradition. And Geelong, I'm disappointed with Geelong as well. Geelong are fuckwits for agreeing with that. And if I knew that before the game, I would have fucking hoped you pumped them. But then again, you did it as well. Because Geelong have done this twice now. No, 3 times they've done this. They did this last year against Brisbane in that stupid wide-out game, and they got pumped. And the second one they did against Brisbane as well this year, and I was hoping Brisbane would pump them. And actually Geelong won that, and now they've done it again, the same fucking song. It's just a joke, absolute joke. And they wonder why they can't get a full house at GMHBA or Cardinia Park. Seriously, give me a spell. Give me a spell. And what about the coin toss itself there, Daz?
Yeah.
You know, this is how fucking stupid it is. Tom Stewart didn't even know where he was going to. Oh, I'll go this way. Whatever the punt road is. It that way, punt road? He didn't even fucking know where the punt road station is. He didn't even know. That's how stupid it is. It's embarrassing. That was Mickey Mouse. Professional organisations don't do that. That is Mickey Mouse. And it wasn't like it's a GWS versus fucking Gold Coast or West Coast versus fucking Essendon. This was a Geelong Collingwood game on Thursday night, a marquee, and you fucked it with that shit. It's just bullshit. Complete bullshit.
Well, it pissed me off. I don't know if you both saw it. Did you both see what Swoop Luke said in his review of the game? He said he liked that we played no theme song at the start of the game. He loved it. It was his idea.
Because he's a fuckwit. That's why. He's a fuckwit. Absolute fuckwit. Matt has shown me something here. Yeah. So Matt, when Matt did his stream last week, he did that Apollo Creed.
Yes.
Swoop championed the idea. He championed the idea. Did he?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, look at me. I'm responsible for this. I tweeted this.
Yeah, he did say that.
I'm responsible. I retweeted it. They listened to me. He is an absolute cockhead. That bloke. What was it? What are we talking about? Oh yeah, the pre-match.
Yeah.
It's just embarrassing. Just absolutely embarrassing. Yeah. Fucking don't do that again. I'm trying to. Matt's. Bo checks in now. Here we go. Matt. Now I know you wanted me to show that to you, Matt. I can't because I'm not a paid member. I can't actually show the photo. But yeah, go check out Matt's the War Bulls photo with Apollo Creed. He says, "Don't show that again." He says no pre-match entertainment, and 10 minutes later, there's Apollo Creed dead on the floor. Here we go. We have Bo. Fantastic.
Hello, gentlemen.
How are we doing, mate?
I'm all right. How are you?
Oh, we're fantastic. This late night stream's been going good, mate. Kicking off.
Yeah, very good, very good.
Do you like the? Did you like the cover photo? What are your thoughts on that? I want to get your lovely thoughts on that.
Is this the cover photo that said "You run the show, your questions" or something like that?
Yeah, the conservative show. Yeah, me with the 1940s look. I posted on Instagram.
Where'd you get that idea?
I thought, you know what, it's a bit 1940s. So I thought, you know what, I'm gonna go to AI, trusted AI, and they whipped me up a photo, and I liked it, and I thought, yeah, I might actually go with that. And then the pre-game before I started, I played a jazz song. Hopefully I don't get copyrighted. And yeah, I think it's a good idea. I loved it.
No, beautiful, good stuff.
And it'll keep fucking the woke left wing brigade away because they won't be into that kind of stuff. So there we go.
Jeez.
Pre-game was so bad. Collingwood is the head of the homosexual department at the AFL. Can we trade some other club? Who said that? That was Pussy Sniffer.
Pussy Sniffer, go and sniff your pussy.
Hey, he makes a fair point. We have a lot of delusional supporters at Carlton.
Yeah.
We have some. I've seen some outrageous comments beating Brisbane. Outrageous.
Trade him to Carlton here, fit him with the other delusional fuckwits. Oh, that's a bit harsh on Bo and Rocco. Except for them, they're good. Except for them too. Oh, and Mars and that.
He is right. That's what I'm saying. We've got to. I don't know how much you have a look at other comments on different clubs' pages and social media and whatever else. But mate, I tell you, since we beat Brisbane, don't get me wrong, great win and all the rest of it. You can't deny that. It's a great win, right? But some of the comments now, God, they're holding on to it like we've won the flag.
Well, I was going to ask you,
it's just fucking Saturday. Like, I mean, what do you want, man? It's a round 21 win. Yes, great win. Move on. We got fucking St Kilda next week. That's the big one.
So what you're saying, Bo, is that you've booked your tickets for the grand final, have you?
I'm sitting on the win. No, shit, no, man. Fucking- no. Look,
Yeah,
I'll be
it's
honest. Like, the win over Brisbane makes it a lot more doable to make wild card, but having said that, you have to consistently put up that performance for the next 3 weeks.
No,
Like,
you're right. Yeah.
and into the finals, you know what I mean? So whether that's guaranteed or not, no one bloody knows. But the outrageous comments, man,
But it means nothing if you don't beat St Kilda. It means nothing.
yeah, it really in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't, and that's why I don't know. Like other supporters, maybe they can. Like my buzz for that win ended an hour and a half drive home, and that was it.
Yep.
You know, and then after that, I'm already thinking about the week after. I can't hold on to it. Literally, that's all it is to me. It's a round 21 win, you know.
Is this the new we made a prelim in 2023?
Yeah. Well, to some of them, it very much well could be. And you know me, man. I'll tell it as it is. Like I actually every single time this happens, I call them out because I'll never tell anyone how to support or how to feel or anything like that. You do whatever you want. It doesn't bother me. But I can't help but comment on it because it's like, what if we go and get? We're the type of team that next week we go and get done by 50 points. You know what I mean? So it's all a matter of we've now set the bar to a new standard because before this we weren't sure if we could put up a performance like that. Now that they've proved they have, you know what all the fans are going to expect? They're going to expect that every single week.
Yeah.
So you have to go out and deliver that now.
Well, judging by the ladder, thank fuck the wild card's not this week. Thank fuck for that. Judging by the ladder. You know where I'm going with that?
Would we have you? Yeah, nice.
Thank fuck for that. I'm going to come on the jumper punch and say Carlton by 50. I learned my lesson from that fucking time. Won't be saying that again.
But anyway, that's what I think.
It's
It's an amazing win and all the rest of it. But I mean, I can't hold on to that. You have to go. We've got 3 weeks left plus finals if we make it. I mean, come on now. Jeez.
Wild card Carlton and Pies would be so good, says Bussy. Ooh, that's more like.
I mean, for the good of the game and entertainment and buzz around the city for footy, that would be huge.
I've made this public a lot of times. I don't care for wildcard round. I'm thinking about not doing even a Geelong watch along for it. But if Carlton did play Collingwood in a wild card, that could tempt me to watch it because of the hype, the build up, the rivalry, and all that.
Oh, look, I'm with you. I'm a traditionalist when it comes to the game. I would have preferred them to not do this and keep it at the top 8. But at the end of the day, it's there now, and if you make it, you're not going to not support your team, you know. So it is what it is. That's what we're stuck with now. And like I said, don't be surprised if in 5, 10 years, 20 years, who fucking knows, we start seeing more Americanized sort of stuff where they bring in conferences and this and that and East Conference, West Conference. I don't know. That's where I feel like it potentially might go in the future if we still have these donkey crew on the AFL board over there.
The Matt says, Bussy, the league want the cash grab. If I want to watch fucking American sports, I'll watch fucking American sport. I don't want to see it in the AFL. Too many. This is what I said. It's a left wing fucking, and I'm not turning this into a left versus right, but it's a left wing industry. That's what it is. Too many fucking dickheads. And Bo, it's all the same shit. They talk about the same shit. You don't get any fresh ideas. So how the fuck can you grow if you're feeding off the same fucking left wing crap? You know? Seriously. Crash Gub explains the 24-7 free kicks on Thursday. How you got to have the Pies in the finals. All right. I don't know. It needs a Carlton versus Collingwood wildcard game to legitimate hit. If it happens, it almost feels that this season has been scripted and we've been taken for a ride. Yeah, maybe. As much as I hate the wildcard round, it'd be better than the bye before final. Yeah, that bye can fuck off as well. I'm sick of that.
Yeah, that I agree with that last one from Warble for sure.
Yeah, Matt. Yeah.
Warble's been jumping in our chat a little bit lately, if I'm not mistaken. If it's the same person, he's been all right.
Yeah, that's Matt. Yeah, he does the late night streams as well on the Warbles. No, that is indeed him. Absolutely, and we love Matt on here.
We've been. I think a few people have been coming over from Mick Saka's stream. We've been mates with Saka for a while, so I think a few people that have built it in from his stream into Rivals, and I think a couple of them come on the Tuesday show as well. They're good people, man.
No, they're great blokes, mate. Like, and some of their like mixed people have come on here. Like, if I did this fucking 3-4 months ago, you know, my viewership. No, I don't give a fuck about that. Whether I get 1 million or 1, you know. But as you said a week ago, you know, I've been growing and growing, and they've been a very big part of that. So they're great blokes. So is Matt's people and all that. So.
So wait, who we got in here at the moment? Because I can't see names, so I don't know who's.
Okay, so the one on the right corner is Daz, and the one in the left with the Collingwood symbol is Chris. So they're from Mick's channel as well, and Matt's channel, the Warbles.
Yeah, got it. Awesome.
So they're pretty passionate about their team, like we all are.
That's going to be an interesting few weeks for everybody, I think.
It will be, yes. It will be.
We're also. I don't know if you guys saw. We're also at. I'm just going to assume that, but based on his comments, I think by the end of the week we'll find out about Fraser.
Yes. Okay. Yep. Well,
should I say the coaching role in general?
Yeah. See this, and as you pointed out, this game this week is basically an elimination game. If you lose it, you're gone. So now the chips are on the line. So judge him on this game, not the previous weeks, is what I would say.
Yeah, the hard thing for him is going to be we've played as of late, even in the games that we lost against Hawks and the Pies and whatnot. You know, that's a read that comment.
Good night, lads. Got to get a tattoo Nick Dacos on my knapsack tomorrow when I listen to Heads Will Roll and tweak my nipples. Fucking hell.
Jeez,
yeah.
That's a big day ahead. I was going to say, all of those games have been quite open. We haven't really come up against a team that plays fucking Mourinho ball, right? So it's going to be a different task trying to get through a brick wall. But I think it's going to be a brick wall without Silvani. I think. I don't think that's confirmed, but I don't think he plays. TDK is a test, apparently.
Yeah. Marshall was terrible with TDK there. That was one of Marshall's worst games. They just don't work together.
I didn't watch it, so I have no idea. But
yeah, it was actually quite funny what you said just then. You were like, read that comment, and then I did. It was like you were running the show.
Oh no, because I was talking. That's why I was like, I'll stop and let you do your thing. You know?
But I was like, oh yeah, sure. And I was like, well, what am I doing? This is my show.
That's all right. I'm taking over. You stole the idea.
Oh yeah, well, yeah.
I'm taking the piss. It's all good.
Well, I'm getting my idea stolen off the Hoops Road crew, which I'm not happy about. But
actually, I'm not even going to say anything.
So they're not going to watch the show. They're not going to
get what we think about them, but yeah.
Well, we can say what we want because this is a conservative show. We can say what the hell we want. Stop stealing my damn ideas. And if I want it, this is what they don't understand. I can be really nasty. I can say to them, you know what? I want you to take every single fucking video down that you've got on me.
Yeah.
Because I used to do a lot of shorts for them, a lot of stuff for them, Adelaide Oval. I could easily say that, but then 90% of their stuff would get taken down. You know, and I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be that guy that does that. And what I mean by copying me, like I did a late night stream last week, and the thumbnail was different to this, but this is just my AI smoking a cigar. Mine was like a Geelong and it had a late night stream, They did a stream very similar to that, but they actually used the same wallpaper.
I see.
They used the same, and I'm like, okay, I'll leave that go. And then during like my watch-alongs, we'll have my post-game live. I don't call it post-game live because I just roll it out of my watch-alongs. I do the split camera. They never used to do that. They used to do one-on-ones. And
Right.
you know how you can actually tell if they're in your show because you go to the studio and whatnot
Yeah.
in YouTube studio. And I see them all the time pop in. I see them. They haven't been on the late night streams. But during my watch-alongs and my post-game live, I see them all the time. They're always fucking in there. And then they started to do four-way cameras, you know? So, yeah. Come up with your own ideas. But then,
I could have some. I could go on an absolute
please
rant
do.
about them and whatever else. But fact of the matter is, what happened. It's long in the past now and fizzled out. But at the same time, I will say this: them, along with many others that put out their statements and put out their videos about us and whatever else. Fact is that it served them no purpose because none of those people have mentioned that issue ever again. None of them have stepped up to say that they're doing anything about that issue. All they did was put it out to, I guess, get some clicks and capitalize on a trending topic at the time. So I can't see what benefit it had to them. For the Hoops crew, look, it was probably a really good move. It got them 248 views on a video. That's massive. Look,
I'm getting that now.
well, 248 views for them must have been well worth it. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm trying to say. I'm just thinking a lot of people that I don't want to go into it too much because I'm pretty much over it, and I didn't really say too much about it in any case. But yeah, a lot of people just could have just shut up, but they took the opportunity to jump on the bandwagon, and it actually served them no purpose. I think what a lot of people thought at the time was, if we put a video out, we might get thousands of hits on this. This could be huge, right?
Yeah.
And it just didn't go that way.
No.
So yeah, they were definitely one of those. I mean, logically speaking, if you just look at how they went about it and whatnot, yeah, that's probably what they thought they were going to get.
I begged them not to do it. I said to them, "Look, come on now. Let's not be," because I had my fallout with them, and it's funny that they do talk to me from time to time. They'll come in and tweet. They'll post shit. And I've said to them, "Look, I'm doing my own stuff now. I have no interest in coming on your show. I'm doing my stuff now, and I love doing my show." But I begged them. I said, "Look, if you want me on your show, if you want me back, please don't make this video. Let them go." And they said, "Oh, it was our channel. At the end of the day, we've got to do what's right." I'm like, fuck off.
Yeah, well, see, that's what I mean. The mentality was, we've got to do what's right. I'd love to know I'd love to know what their definition of what's right is in that situation. What benefit they got with that by doing that? Because when I look at it now, there were people that put out statements as well that basically since then they've said nothing. We don't do this, we don't condone it, and this and that, and again, like the message is clear, like nobody condones that shit, but when you're going to go out of your way to do a whole video on it, you know what, there's really no need, and we all know why you did it. It was for clicks, and if you can prove me otherwise. But at the end of the day, when you're chronically online as much as people like them, they don't know any different. They just see something and go make a video on it. You know what I mean? So just go outside, maybe rub your dick on the grass or something, so you're alive, and that's it. Get the fuck off the internet for 2 seconds. Yeah,
that's it. And I can understand Rocco getting the heat for that and whatnot, but I thought how they treated you was fucking harsh. It was unacceptable, and I felt.
Oh, you trust me when I say that the general footy creators community from any team, whether it be Geelong, Collingwood, Carlton, whatever. When I say you guys don't know 3/4 of what happened, trust me, you don't know what 3/4 have happened.
A lot happened.
Yeah, look, I mean, you figure out things just by reading between the lines, but
Yeah.
there was a lot that happened behind the scenes that a lot of people don't know about, and a lot of information that was never given out, and so on and so forth. And it'll stay that way because there's just no need to do it.
Did-
So you know, we all move on, and we said our piece, and other people said their piece, and that's it. We move on. I mean, what shits me the most is the people that open their mouths about the issue itself, about the cause itself, who have never said a word about it ever since. So if you really care, for me personally, if you really care about something, you care about it every day of the week, don't you? Not just one day.
well,
So for me, it's
Exactly.
a little bit weird, but it is what it is. Like I say, I don't really want to go into it too much, but that's probably
no,
as much
I
as
don't
I'll
want to
say.
comment on it too much. But
But yeah, that's
what-
pretty much the be all end all of that. Just because Hoops Crew got brought up, that's why I thought I'll just quickly touch on that. But yeah,
that's fine. Like I said, this is a freedom of speech show. I'll say what the hell I want, and so can other people. What I will say to you is that with your support, Nick, with all the people in the Jumper Punch, was there anyone that leaked shit that went against you? Like, what I'm saying is, did anyone that supported you for a long time abandon you, or were they all pretty good about it?
Two things. Number one, to the comment in there about Rocco getting doxxed, that's true. Also, I did. I had my address posted. I had my work.
See, that's bullshit.
Well,
no,
actually, hang on. No, wait.
I don't agree with that. That's fucking shit.
Oh no. Like I have my address posted twice.
Nah,
one
that's fucked up.
person got it wrong, one person got it right, and then it's
Yep.
just very, very funny. You can do stuff like that, but nobody
Yeah.
really has the balls to show up at your doorstep. So, and I replied to one of them and I said, "Look, coffee machine's on. If you want to come past, no problem. I'll see you soon. Whatever." No one ever showed up. So it is what it is. They just do it to play games with your head and whatever else, and give you a bit of a scare. But sometimes people don't give a fuck, so they don't understand that though. Because, like I say, they're chronically online. And to answer your question, yes, many people abandoned, and many. Yeah.
Sorry to hear that, mate. Yeah.
Oh no. You learn your lesson. You everybody knows this. I'm pretty sure we're all, over the age of bloody 30 here. I could be wrong, hopefully. Once you get to that age, you kind of I guess, you're not at peace, that's probably too much, but you're happy with a closer circle of friends and a closer circle of business partners and whatever else. You don't need to know 1,000 people. When you're younger, you want to know hundreds of people in the clubs and this and that and blah, 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 blah. When you get older, you don't give a fuck. So if people drop off, mate, there's a billion other people in this world that you can meet. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
If you're the people that are not going to stick by you when shit gets rough and whatever else, mate, what can you expect of them? So just fuck off. Leave me alone. Simple as that.
And it's people like Mick and that, gave you support and all that. And, you quickly know who's your friends and who's not. Well, not just for that, but for anything really, anything that shit hits the fan in. So,
and to be honest, man, like, don't get me wrong, like the channel take you no matter what, not just us, like other people in the past, if shit goes down online and whatever else, mate, your channel takes a bit of a hit, your Instagram takes a bit of a hit, whatever, and then you build yourself back up again, man. So
correct,
yeah,
Josh,
that's
correct.
true. You find out who your true mates are, and that's that. So. We're still going strong, man. Like all these people that put out these words, oh, they're gonna get cancelled, oh, well done on your last show and all this. It's like, no, that was never happening. You think it is, but it's not. So enjoy, man. Like if you don't want to look at our fucking heads, don't watch.
I was gonna ask Mars this if he ever came on my show. Hopefully he does, but I'll ask you. I found it humorous that you two were no, it wasn't funny that you two getting attacked. That was not right, but. He was all the way in England. Like, did he cop any flack? It was like he got away with majority of it. Did he get any flack whatsoever?
Yeah. So one of those feminists, the Australian feminist, she's got like over 600,000 followers or something. I forget it. She posted all of our photos, and then he had a couple of inbox messages. People were commenting on his Arsenal posts whilst he was over in London.
Yep.
Saying all sorts of stuff, similar stuff. And it's just like, mate, he wasn't even on the show. But guilty by association, I guess. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
and that's the world we live in now. So yeah, no. It was definitely for a good 2-3 weeks there. It was a tough time, man. Like
Yeah.
you
And
basically we basically locked ourselves away for a couple of weeks. I would
yeah,
say
I
a
know.
full week we didn't do any shows, and then the week after we came back, we said our piece, we moved on, but it was still lingering. You know, people were still coming at us, and then all of a sudden it just fizzles out, and it's the same that goes every single time, man. Like they pick up on one thing, and then there's a new thing the week after, and they jump on that as well, and then they jump on the next thing, and then it's a new protest, and then they're finished with that protest, so they go to the next protest, and that's what it is, man. Like I got no issue with people speaking up against stuff and all the rest of it, but mate, you know, when you take things completely out of context and all the rest of it,
I'm not
you know,
yeah, it's
not
not
only that,
bullshit.
you don't give a
Yeah.
chance. You know, you don't give anyone a chance to talk. You just it's pack mentality, mate. So
Yeah.
that's how it went down. But at the end of the day, you know what, man? Like we all learned from it. We did things with the club. We did things with organizations besides the club. So, but this is stuff that we don't make public. We don't say who we worked with or anything like that or what we did. We just we went off and did our own thing and made right on our wrongs, you know, and that's that. That's it.
And again, mate, I'm sorry to bring it up, mate. My apologies on that. You went through a tough time, so
it is what it is, man. You move on.
But
we're adults.
But moving on to Mars, do you think he milked it a little bit with the Arsenal stuff? Jesus, the stuff he was posting, fucking hell, bro.
I don't.
He was milking it a little bit, wasn't he? Come on.
No. You got to understand. He's been starved of success with Arsenal the same way he's been starved with Carlton. The only difference is he's because with Arsenal you can win the FA Cup, you can win the League Cup, you see something. With Carlton, it's one competition and that's it, right?
Yeah.
So when you get a chance to go over to London and witness it live firsthand, and for a couple of weeks with parades and every single day in the pubs with other English people, drinking and celebrating all the rest of it. Yeah, of course you're going to fucking post stuff up and enjoy yourself in it. And that's great because who's to know when it's going to happen again, you know?
Yeah. No, I'm just giving him shit. I love
Mark. In 20-something years, man.
Yeah.
In 20 years, I've seen 6 titles. Premier League titles. So it's like, fuck. You know, it sounds really fucked up, but like when you see that many, even if you go through a patch like we are with Chelsea right now, I'm not pissed. I'm not upset. I couldn't give a fuck because I've seen so much success that when it comes around again, it comes around again.
Yeah. Yeah.
But when
that's
you
a bit like me.
that long, man, you're going to hold on to it. It is what it is.
That's like me with Real Madrid, not Man City, Real Madrid, Bo. Yeah, I've seen multiple Champions League. I've seen a hat trick of Champions League titles, Copa del Rey's. Still makes me angry though. Still makes me angry when we have a full season. But
no. Like, don't get me wrong. You still care if you're losing. I'm not saying you don't care, but what I'm saying is like I think in total major trophies I've seen just over 20, and it's like we've gone through some shitty times in the past decade, but in that time we've also won trophies at our shittest. But now we're fucking crap. Who knows what comes with Xabi Alonso and all the rest of it with a couple new signings. I mean, signing Welbeck and Henderson, we could easily win the League 2 or Championship.
Well, at least you don't have board signs at the back of the net, so I'm sure you'll be okay with Henderson on that one.
Mate, yeah, that's true. But Chelsea signing players to like it's your 20th year in FIFA career mode, and these really top-notch players are like fucking $10 a week, so you sign them. That's what they're doing. I don't know what the fuck's going on over there, but
that was me to a team back in the FIFA 30 days.
I did pick Arsenal to win it though again. So.
Oh, again? You're kidding?
Yeah, I got them back to back. I don't know. I just don't feel like anyone else is going to have the firepower to go with them. They're going to be relatively unchanged, if not better, man. So
yeah, Miles will be over there for a fucking whole year, won't he?
Nah, I think I'm traveling more than him next year, actually.
Oh, really? Where are you going to? What game do you want to see?
No sports stuff. No. I gotta go.
Yeah.
I gotta go to Greece in February.
You're back on the mic, are you? Back on the disc?
No. Well, yeah, maybe. I don't know. No, I gotta go to Greece. I'm gonna be a godfather in February over there, and then
Fucking hell!
come
Great.
home after a couple of weeks, see some family over there and whatever, and across the border, and then back here, and then potentially a few months in Greece doing what you just said, back on the decks.
Fantastic. Do you miss that?
Yeah, very much so. So in talks with them at the moment to potentially see what we can do there. They've always said the door's always open, even after I quit. But I did 7 years there, so it's like, it's one of those business relationships. So it's like, hey, give us a call if you want to come back. So, we'll see how it goes, because don't forget, now I've got TJP and that, so it can affect that too. But we'll see how we go, man.
Yeah, I miss my coaching. I miss my coaching job. I quit that stupidly.
You were coaching earlier?
Yeah, I was coaching cricket. I was coaching under 16s. I was getting paid okay with that, to be fair. And then after the second year, I quit stupidly. So this was like 3 years ago. And the last 2 years, I've done nothing. And you sit there and you watch cricket and you think, fucking hell, why did you quit? What made you quit? So, and being in that industry where opportunities are very limited, it's hard to get back. I've actually tried.
Oh, I've been told that, yeah.
It's brutal. It's very, very fucking brutal, because some teams want development, some teams want success, and you got to be. What's the word? You got to be. You got to almost say what they want you to say, instead of saying, I want to do this, I want to do that. You have to say, well, I want to do this for your club. Your club's this, your club's that, and it can be very difficult getting back into. But we'll see this year. See if anyone actually wants to call me back, which they haven't. So six.
You never know, mate. Hey, channel's growing. You might get a call. Who knows?
I'm not gonna get a call if I do fucking these types of shows, mate. That's for fucking sure.
Yeah.
No,
hey, you got something. I told you, like I said last time, you got something to look forward to. We're going to come over in April. Is it April? It'll be April, right?
Yeah. Oh, mate, you can set up shop at this house, mate. We've got a 3-seater lounge there, open living room. That's at the start of the house. So, mate, you set up shop here. We do.
You want me to sleep sitting up?
No. I said you can do. My mum agreed to this. She said, I want to.
I know she did. I know. Nah, props to her as well. That's awesome.
No, she said, get in, Rocco. I'll give him some chicken nuggets. I'll cook them up, and some chips. Jesus. She was very mad for what happened to you guys with that kind of stuff back a couple of weeks ago. But yeah, she loves you. She loves you.
Is everyone a millennial here? Is that what's going on?
I don't know. Could be. Well, it's an open forum here, Bo. Anyone can be anything here.
They're doing a little bit of a reboot on the old MySpace.
Really? Oh, I used to go on that religiously back in the day. Religiously.
Do you reckon the old crew at 9MSN give us MSN Messenger back?
Yeah, I don't like your chances
tomorrow.
Like your chances of that. But no, on MySpace. Remember MySpace, and you post your own music, you had your own photos in the backgrounds. I was heavily into that.
Yeah, and you had your top 8 friends, and if you took one out, it'd be absolute brawls over it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and good old Tom trolling.
Everyone's best friend, huh?
Yeah, everyone's best friend. Yeah, those were the days, mate. And to tell you the truth, mate, sometimes I wish it was like that again. Actually, I wish it was like that every day, to be fair.
I saw the article, and they said something along the lines of, they attempted the refresh to be a bit more modern when they did it the first time, and they admit that they failed. And now they're saying, with all these new platforms, Facebook, Instagram, all this sort of shit. Now they're gonna reboot it, and they're gonna try to have a mix of the old with the new and see if they can get it right. And something along the lines of, if they get it right, they get it right. If not, they'll try again. I'm thinking that doesn't sound promising at all. But hopefully, I honestly said to my mates today, I said, if they get it right, and somehow be able to compete with such a giant like Facebook, mate, give us MSN. I will delete Facebook tomorrow if you give me MSN Messenger back. And I want the original sounds. I want to be able to. I want to be able to log in and log off to let someone know that I'm there.
Yes.
All that sort of shit. I want it all back.
Those famous little bell sounds when you logged on and logged off.
Yeah, or when you get a message.
The nostalgic feeling.
Yeah, hey, are these boys alive? Are they sleeping?
Well,
No,
mate,
I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm just listening.
They're just listening to it, mate. It's gone from a 4-way show to the 1v1 conversation now, and they're just listening to it.
It's not like I want to hear some other voices as well,
Oh, okay.
But I don't want to be rude and interrupt. It's up to if
No,
you're talking
no.
to him. I just don't want to be rude.
See that show? See that what it says there? You drive the show, your topic. So I'm just talking to Bo because he's driving the show. He brought up MySpace and all that. So, if you've got something to say, Facebook reboot sounds like Carlton, eh? Jeez.
I'm not sure what the reference is there.
Yeah. Okay. Facebook
Sounds
reboot.
Like
Probably the 90s, but Facebook wasn't in the 90s, was it?
I think wasn't it the end of the 90s into the start of the 2000s?
It might have been yes. Yes. What came first, MySpace or Facebook?
2004. Fuck me. All right.
MySpace came first, didn't it? Like out of Facebook?
Yeah. Do you know what it was before MySpace?
No.
There were websites such as Funky Sexy Cool.
Oh, yeah.
Right? There was ICQ. There was AOL. There was Merc. Merc was just this shitty-ass chat room thing that was like all coded, basically.
Okay, I know AOL. Yes, yep. I know that one.
ICQ was bloody good. That was sick.
Haven't heard of that yet.
But once MySpace, MSN, once that era started kicking in, it was pretty much all over. Like that, they took over all those other chat rooms and all that shit. And then Facebook come around, and I actually didn't get on Facebook for about 3 years. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay, wow.
Well, I was still stuck in the with the obviously the MySpace days and whatever, and I didn't jump on the Facebook. But we'll see what they can do.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah. Do you remember InView?
No.
Oh, okay.
InView, is it?
Yeah, IMVU. It was like an avatar chat thing.
Absolutely not. I'm looking it up now. I got no idea what this is.
Yeah,
mate, what the hell were you doing in your spare time?
Yeah, Lucas, what were you doing in your spare time? Always with the wizard hat on with no top on?
Yeah. Oh, so this is like full. You've got a character and you can talk as the character. What were you doing?
He had no top on and he had the wizard hat on, and then he was making bets that he would come on with no thing on covering his junk.
Yeah, whatever. Right.
Are you an avatar right now?
No. This was back when I was a kid. This was back. That's been up for 15, 20 years.
Right.
No, I stopped that years ago. That turned into a fucking. It was basically for kids, and I got older and I got rid of it. I haven't been on there for like 15 years. So I used to during school days. I used to go on there religiously during school days, and just chat to random people until the fucking libraries blocked the program.
That's good at school. That's right.
Yeah. So no, it's been
at school we used to rinse Neopets. Neopets. So it was like how do you just? This was what? This was 2002 and 2003 and shit. Even
Wow.
before that, like maybe late 90s into the early 2000s. And it was this website. I think it still exists today. It's really long running. And you'd have
Yeah.
like your avatar / Neo, like your pet online pet thing. And you could play games and earn coins, and you'd spend coins on other things. There'd be mini games and all that shit. It
Oh
blew up, man.
wow.
This thing, hang on, let's see if it's still going. This will be. It
Fucking
still
hell.
exists. It still exists. That's wild.
Wow.
It
That
it
is
looks
wild.
pretty much the same, just a bit more modernized. They haven't
Like
changed it too much.
Tamagotchi, Mr.
Pretty
Pussy.
much, man. Yeah, but it was like a whole world. Like you could visit different parts of the world that they'd created, and it's all 2D, of course.
Yeah,
But
yeah, of course, yeah.
yeah, that was another thing where we smashed. Championship Manager was a good game. We'd smashed that at school.
Oh yes. There was a racing game I used to play religiously as well.
Not the drag
Where you
racing
did up-
one.
yes, where you did up your car and you lose your car, and if you lose, you have to start again. Yeah,
That's
I played
the
that
one. That's the one.
religiously. Yeah, when you put in the USB and you save the file so you can play it the next day at school.
USB, you reckon?
Yeah, you put in the USB, you save the file onto USB, and you go again the next day. Oh, I used to love that.
USB? Hang
Yeah.
on a second. You had USBs at school?
I did, yeah. Of course I did.
Okay, maybe you're younger than I thought.
Oh, okay. Jeez. That's going to be a compliment, Bo.
Yeah, no, it is. You just missed out on a lot of cool shit. That's all.
Yeah, I know, mate.
Hey, we had
No, I was-
freaking floppy disks and shit.
I know. I used them as well. I used them in primary school. I used floppy disks in primary school, but this was like
Yeah.
high school. So this was like 2008, 2009. Like my last years of high school, we went to USB. No, I've used floppy disks and all that. No, I know what they are. I've used them in primary.
I never had a USB at school. The last thing I remember was burning CDs.
No, we had CDs as well. I actually still got one I've actually still got one that I got from school. Actually, I've still got it because it's an artist that I love, and I've kept that CD.
Spice Girls.
No, wouldn't be wrong there, but no, Avril Lavigne, "Let Go" album.
Oh, she's sick.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Well, aren't they all sick, though? Aren't they all sick?
Yeah, that whole. I don't think much beats that. I mean, we can say nothing really beats that era as a golden era for music, but then you get people saying that are older that go, "Nah, the '80s were better. Nah, the '70s were better." So it's just a sliding scale.
No, I love, you've seen my Instagram stories and that. I'll like, you know what my music's about. So like the women pop culture of the late 90s to early 2000s, that was a great era. But yeah, it's pretty sad when you see people like Madonna that I idolized as a kid, Avril Lavigne, yeah, they have those kind of views, and what can you do, man? What can
Madonna
you do?
was good until she started looking like she was out of fucking Alien versus Predator.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. I used to buy her albums all the time when I was a kid, and Avril Lavigne, I used to buy all. She's less than less thick than Madonna, but they're all fucking left wingers at the end of the day, and they have those fucking views. Who else did I used to like? I used to like Blink-182. I used to buy their albums.
Very good. Yeah, of course.
A rock out. Yeah, no, they were good when they a rock band called Seether. I used to buy their CDs. Breaking Benjamin, all that.
Grinspoon?
Yes, Grinspoon, Silverchair, Pearl Jam. Yep.
Do you want a little bit of a fun fact?
Sure, go ahead.
My cousin was in Silverchair.
You're kidding, really?
Yeah, bass player.
Bass player. Wow, there you go.
Yeah, Chris. So
Well,
second cousin, not first.
yeah, no worries,
but,
Josh, mate. No worries.
but yeah, very, very. My auntie and uncle have basically a whole wardrobe full of shit signed by him and the band. It's wild.
Oh, that's incredible.
Yeah, it's some
Incredible.
crazy shit. We're talking like a couple guitars. I think they've got heaps of t-shirts, all sorts of shit. But, yeah, very
I
cool.
wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind music stuff on my wall, but like, I just when they have, like, I still got all my Avril Lavigne, and I like to frame it, but I just don't. When people have views like that and you're against that, what can you do? You know, you can't put it up. You know what I mean? Like,
I've never really looked into those artists and where they ended up politically or anything. I don't really keep up with politics too much, so
yeah.
I wouldn't have a clue. But if I just take it at face value, mate, I still listen to the music.
Yeah, no, I still listen. I still listen to Avril just as much as I did back then. But you know, I've got a lot of signed stuff from like Patrick Dangerfield.
Oh right, yeah.
And like I love him as a player. I really love him, but I hate his things on life and what he says. And
Okay.
I don't know if you get this. Like, I don't know if there's any Carlton players that are like that. And you think, mate, I love you as a player, but shut the fuck up. You know, I just wish you'd shut the fuck up. You know?
Oh, our club is very, our club, they're very pro this, pro that, pro this, pro that.
Yeah.
So that's been the case for a long time. Players individually, I'll be honest, I don't really follow any of our players, not like on a personal level, but I don't go on the Instagrams to see what they're doing in life. Like, it doesn't interest me.
Yeah, no, I don't do that. I couldn't give a fuck what Bailey Smith's doing on Tinder. I don't give a fuck. I just wish it was fucking me. I just wish the women were coming to me. But I don't care what Dangerfield's doing on fucking eating in his car and eating his lunch. I don't give a shit about that. But it's what they say, and then it gets played fucking everywhere, and you just can't help but not hear it. You know what I mean? Like, and you just think, oh mate, like the Kate McCarthy thing where he was like, oh sorry, I got that wrong. I'm like, mate, just shut the fuck up, please.
I don't even know what that was, to be honest.
When about the booing of Cranor, and Dangerfield said,
Dangerfield, right. Yeah.
Dangerfield kind of backed the Adelaide Crows. He said, oh, booing's kind of part of it. And then Kate McCarthy said something, and Dangerfield backtracked and said, oh yeah, good point, Kate. And you're thinking, oh man, are you that fucking weak? Like, and it just puts you off the guy. You know what I mean? Like, and like I said, the AF, the world, Bo, is pretty much a left-wing industry in a way, Bo. In a way.
No. We're very much aware of that.
Yeah. So unless you live in fucking Poland, or
I'm gonna let you guys do your thing. I'll keep listening in for sure. Yep. But I just thought I'd come in, have a bit of a yarn. I'll let you do your thing. So I'll leave you with a joke. I'll leave you with a joke if you want.
Oh no.
Well, it is the Conservative show.
Oh well, it is. Well, if you put it like that, of course, mate. Let's hear it.
And don't get me wrong, I'm a big fan of this guy. I thought he made amazing music, great performer, just probably the best of the best. You'll know when I say it. But anyway, do you know how much money Michael Jackson makes on royalties to this day?
Not the actual number, but I presume would be in the millions.
No, none. He's dead.
Oh. You're lucky it's the Conservative show. You're lucky no one's listening into this. You're going to get cancelled again. Fucking hell.
Nah, mate, jokes are jokes. That could have been anyone. Yeah. That could have been Bonnie Tyler. That could have been Elvis. That could have been anyone.
It could have been to be Michael, didn't it? Had to be Michael. No, in all seriousness, no, good one. Very, very good there, Bo.
It's the way the
very
cookie
good there.
crumbles, mate.
Yeah, well, yeah. Aren't we all there? No, very good, Bo. Very, very good, mate. Thanks for coming in, mate. I always love when you come in.
I appreciate it. Like I say, I'm not coming in to take over or anything like that, just for a bit of a laugh.
I wish you did, to be honest, man. I wish you did.
No.
This is supposed to be.
Mars has given you his word, as you would have heard, that he's going to come on at some stage for your or the Monday show, I think.
Yep.
Yep. So he's given you. I will remind him tomorrow again.
Yep.
I think it'd be cool if he comes on, has a chat to you guys, and
we've got. When's the Premier League start? 3 weeks time.
3 weeks.
3 weeks. Matt's going to jump on soon. Tell Mars that if he wants to come on the show on the Monday where it starts the next week. You know what I mean? The following week, yeah.
Anyway, I think that's what he thought. I think that's what he said on that show when it starts. So that'll be good. My local team's actually got a cup final this week, so I'm pretty pumped. Yes, they've done big things, haven't they? Yeah, they won the league, didn't they? Your club? No. League's not finished. We're currently 4th or 5th. I think we got knocked out of the top 4. But I thought they won a cup final. I thought they won the Oz Cup, like a game in the Oz Cup or something, and you tweeted it. I saw an Instagram post of it. Oh, yeah. No. We're into the round of 16 for that. So, but we beat an A-League team, so it was quite big. Oh, yeah, we fucking lost to South Melbourne. That drove Keary mental. Yeah, I saw that. Jeez. But it was 20-something years since they got their revenge, so there you go. Just don't tell Mr. NBN that. No, because our club's got Asian Champions League coming up, and I hope we draw. So Gamba Osaka is my J League team. I love Japan and the J League. I follow it religiously. Right. And my team's Gamba Osaka, and we're in a playoff game, and Adelaide United are in a playoff game, and if we draw in the group stage, me and Kiri are going to go together, and I'll be in the Japanese fucking fan base. He'll be in the Red Army. That'd be fucking fun though. It will. Yeah, I will be. We'll fucking he'll bring out the bodies in a barrel comment that he likes to do at the game, if you know what I mean by that. Yeah, I can't wait for that one. Well, I'll speak to Mars tomorrow. Get him to get in touch with you about the start of the Prem. And tell him we're gonna book him for an hour. We're gonna book him for the whole fucking show. We might talk Premier League for 5 hours. We may never come off air because Kiri's a hardcore Liverpool supporter. There's not really a rivalry between Arsenal and Liverpool, is there? It's not really a rivalry, but Arsenal. It's fabricated pretty much. Yeah. Bo, I'll make sure it's a fucking rivalry with them two. I'll fucking stir the pot. Trust me. We'll get them cooking, mate. We'll get them cooking. Tell him that we've got a Liverpool supporter on, and I'll wear my Man City shirt and I'll stir him up. Bo, did you want to jump on the Warble Oppo fan show on Wednesday? That's from Matt, the Warble. Wednesday. That's I can probably do that actually. Yeah. Okay, there you go. I'll be there. I don't know how do I contact or how you're gonna. I don't know how we're contacting each other about it. I don't know. You can contact me if you want, and I'll relay the message to Bo. Also, fucking hell. I'll get your contacts and relay it to yourself. No, I'll get your contacts and give it to Matt, and I'll go back and forth. I'll be the guinea pig in that. Yeah, done. Just leave me a message or whatever, and I'll. What time is that on? Actually, does he have a time or? Because Matt lives in Thailand, so it'd be around about. What's 10 that? O'clock. Couple hours behind? Yeah, 10, 11 o'clock. Yeah. Are they 2 hours? Is it 2 hours? 3, I think 3. 3 hours. Okay, right. So wait, 10 o'clock his time. Yeah. So he actually just said 10 p.m. his time. Yeah, 10 p.m. ish. Yeah, 10 p.m. ish. So it's around like half an hour ago. So 1 a.m. Fuck. No, 10 p.m. Melbourne time. He'll have it 10 p.m. Melbourne time. Oh yeah. No problem. Yeah, I'm happy to do that. That's fine. Yeah. Before you go, Bo, I'm going to mention this to Mars. I'm going to say, agree or disagree with this. Arsenal only won the title because the FA didn't give Man City an extra day when they played Crystal Palace and they drew that game. Do you agree with that or not? Disagree.
Disagree? Okay, all right.
Arsenal were long and far the better team the entire season.
Well, they did lose to him twice, though, Bo. To be fair,
But it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You don't. It doesn't mean you don't deserve the title because you lost to them twice. Like at the end of the day, they did everything they had to do to win the title. They were the better team by far.
I'm trying to get you to you on my side so we can stir him up here, but you're having none of it, Bo.
I can't because there's only two teams. There's only two teams I really dislike in the Prem as a Chelsea supporter, and it's Tottenham, for sure. But everyone would think that we hate, or me personally hate Fulham. But the thing is, if you don't live there and you didn't live through the rivalry of hating Fulham, then it's really hard to hate Fulham just because I have to hate Fulham, right?
Yeah.
So that's definitely not the other. The other one's Man United.
Oh well, I think Des can agree to that one. Des, if you're still there.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, like I said, I'm
there
a
you go.
balanced Gunners supporter. I don't know everything from back to front for the club and go back history wise, but they've had their good moments and their bad moments and good seasons, Premier League or whatever. We've let a few slip as well over the years, but I've got to say, I haven't jumped off, so yeah, can't say that we haven't been too disappointing. There've been some wins where we've least expected it, and some lucky ones and lucky trophies. But yeah, overall, more ticks than crosses, that's for sure. I'd rather be us than some of the others down the bottom, struggling away there. And I wouldn't never support Man United. I'm not that type of. I just detest them, but I respect them. And I will always respect those teams that are always knocking on the door, and what Man City's done and all that, and probably the last decade in particular. But for me, you always get an opportunity with Arsenal. There's always an opportunity to win something, and we don't accept mediocrity either. So that's what I like about Arsenal, is that we have a couple of bad seasons. They make a change or two that, and generally things happen after that. You can't just sit on your hands and expect things just to roll on, and you can't keep looking at the past either. History is history. I've always got to say, there's a saying, you can make your own history. Whenever you build a club or sign a new player or footballer, they can make their own history. And that's what I like. There's always been a story to tell about the Arsenal and the Gunners over the many decades. So that's what I like about them. They're always contesting, always fighting for a trophy.
I think next season they're going to be. I think you'll rely less on your. I mean, the joke was set piece FC, but you were good at it. But I think you'll rely on that less next season. I don't know exactly. I mean, if all things are true, you're getting Vinny Jr., which is going to be absolutely massive. But it also can go the other way, because not every star player comes to the Premier League and adapts. So you just never know. I mean, look at Chelsea. We've ruined so many players that have come to the Premier League. They just couldn't do it. But I just don't think Enzo. I think the closest to you, of course, is Man City in terms of quality and being able to last the whole season and go the distance. But I think next season, I personally don't think Maresca has it. So if Man City are out of the question, I don't think anyone comes close just yet. So that's why I'm tipping Arsenal back to back.
I would have went with Xavi. If I was City, I would have went with Xavi.
Who we got? Alonso.
Yeah, you got Alonso, haven't you? But no, I'm saying if I was the owner of City, I would have went after.
Oh, right.
Like Xavi,
yes.
Xavi.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah.
I would have went after him. Like what he did. Like he took over Barcelona when where we were fucking dominating that league, walking away with it. He came in, transformed the club. One that I know he went against the board, and that's what did him in the end. But tactically, he was a fucking outstanding manager. I can't believe he's not managing anywhere else. But I
No.
went
But
with
it's
him.
about availability, Lucas.
Yeah.
It's about availability, because if you could just go after anyone and anyone was on the table, mate, I'm pretty sure Chelsea would have asked the question to Jurgen Klopp.
Yeah.
But he's not on the table. You know what I mean?
No, I get what you're saying. And yeah, we got Mourinho back. Mourinho's back as Real Madrid.
That was wild to me, man. That was so wild to me, but it is what it is.
I couldn't believe that. I really couldn't.
You ready to sit behind the ball for 85 minutes, or?
Not really, no. After having Zidane and back to back Champions League wins, and no, not really. I don't like that. That frustrates me. But I'm going to let you on a little secret here, Bo. Back then, I was, you remember when La Liga was on Foxtel and that? Now it's on fucking beIN Sports. 1 year it's on Optus.
Right.
I've lost interest in that in the La Liga and all that because it's on different streams. That's really put me off, and it's a shame because I was religiously into Real Madrid. Many years ago. And the Champions League used to be on SBS. I've never cried during a Geelong game. Which is a lie because I did in the grand final. The prelim final against Brisbane. That brought me to tears. But I've actually cried when I don't know if you remember this game or how far back your knowledge goes. It was a Champions League game. It wasn't even a fucking Real Madrid team. It was Malaga versus Borussia Dortmund. 2013. So Real Madrid were already through. The winner of that would play Real Madrid. And I got up at 4 a.m. to fucking not cheer because it was 4 a.m., but I was so hoping Malaga would win. So they won the first leg. The second leg, they scored first in Dortmund, and I went crazy at 4 a.m. I took my top off. Nothing's changed there. Took my top off. I had a better body than that. I had a nice six pack back then. Not the fucking rat sack I have now, beer gut. Dortmund scored, and then Malaga scored again. They went 2-1 up, and all they had to do was defend for 10 minutes. Borussia Dortmund needed 2 goals. 5 minutes to go, they scored, and I was like, "Oh, you're kidding!" And then they scored in fucking extra time, and I boiled my eyes out. That was a school night as well. That was like year 12, and I was just sitting there. I was just like, I just started to fucking leak like a tampon. That absolutely broke me, that game. And I don't know if you know a lot about La Liga, but many years after that, Malaga were broke. They're now irrelevant. Now they're in like Div 3, Div 4. But they had players like Isco, who went on to be Real Madrid. Had players like Joaquim, played for Real Madrid many years before he went to Malaga. They had Asensio, I think. That absolutely broke my heart because we would have played them in a semi-final, and it's not because they were easy or whatnot. Because I really wanted a Spanish team to go through. So that's how important it was to me back then. That's how much I was into football in La Liga back then. I cared it was Real Madrid, but when it was Champions League, I just wanted any Spanish team to, as long as it wasn't Barcelona, fuck them. But I wanted a Malaga, a Valencia. When Valencia played PSG that year, I was hoping Valencia would win that. They didn't. They got beaten by PSG. But when Sevilla played Man United, I always go for the La Liga teams. Boiled your eyes out. That game broke me. It wasn't even fucking Real Madrid. Long story short, Dortmund won that game. Lewandowski kicked 4. Scored 4 in the first leg when Klopp was there. So, and we tried to get back. We won the second leg 2-0. It wasn't enough. That almost made me cry again. But that's how. My point is, bro. That's how into it I was. Now I don't feel the same way because it's on fucking different streams and all that bullshit. You know, it's just a bit dead for me. I still love Real Madrid. I'll still support them when I can, but I've lost that passion for them. You know what I mean? I'm more on J League and that. So
Do you have a does Real Madrid have an international membership?
they used to. They had a slogan called "Via Madridista," and you were given. I wish I had this. You were given a special card. It was when they were sponsored by Fly Emirates. You'd get a Fly Emirates card and the Real Madrid badge. It was all in white. I actually had that, and from memory, it was fucking expensive. I think it was like 80 euros, but like 120 AUD or some shit.
That's not much.
But yeah, because it was in euros and they had to convert it, and my mum wasn't happy that I used her card and whatnot. But anyway, that's another story. When she got the bill, she was like, "What the fuck is this?" And yeah, so they used to. I don't know if they did that now, but they used to give you a card and you'd get like 10% off a flight. Fantastic. That would come in handy. But they'd give you like benefits if you went to their store. It'd be like 15% off. You'd use a card. So it's been like a Big W card or a lay-by card, or the more points you get, the more rewards you get. So it was a bit like that. I wish I had that. But yes, they did. Yeah, and I used to have the fucking card, but I don't anymore. So
our ones are all right. Like the Chelsea one's pretty good. I've been international member for a while, and the good thing, we get all that stuff as well. So we'll get discount off the store, all your generic cliche shit. You get your card every year, but they also they tie it in, which is a really, really cool thing. I think this is great, and I don't know if AFL clubs do this for interstate members, but I think it might be something to look at. Correct me if I'm wrong. If they already do it, then great. But what they would do is, and they still do it now, if you're an international member of Chelsea, they tie it into your city's official fan group. So we have the Melbourne Chelsea supporters, right? So what they'll do is, if you're an international member and you go through your Melbourne Chelsea supporter group, you can actually get discounted or easier to your ticket process in terms of trying to get tickets to games at Stamford Bridge is discounted and a lot easier to do through that group. So they make the process easier so that you don't have to go trying to find secondary market tickets and all that. You can just do it all through your supporter group because they're tied to the club.
Does that membership, does that include live games on Chelsea TV?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So actual live Premier League games, Champions League games?
Yeah, but I mean, I still use Optus Sport because I watch all Premier League games pretty much. So
they don't get copyrighted?
Chelsea?
Yeah.
No. They have the rights.
Oh, okay. Because like Optus has the right. Well, who has the rights?
Oh no. Sorry, not Premier League. You'll get cup games. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought. Yeah.
And Chelsea, and you get all the youth games. You'll get all the FA youth games. I think you get the women's as well.
Yeah, Real Madrid did that. Yeah.
But it's more so I mean, we've got no use for any. I don't have use for any of that anyway because I use other services to watch games. But it's more the fact that I think the discount on the store I use every single year. But it's more the fact that if you ever want to go over, it's a great thing to have because I mean, my last trip to England, I was getting tickets for games off a guy in Liverpool who was using people's season tickets while they were away and shit, and he was selling them. And you'd use them and then give them back to him, right?
Wow.
But instead of doing that, there's much more. Not that wasn't legitimate. Like you're just using someone else's season ticket. It's the same. Who gives a fuck, right? But there's much more easier ways to do it when you're an international member tied to a official fan group, which is really cool. So, I mean, if you imagine the AFL doing that, like say for example, Carlton had ties with the Western Australian Carlton group, right? Or whatever the fuck they're called up there. They want to come down to Melbourne for a weekend away. Maybe we give them like 10 or 15% off their family tickets or a couple's
Oh,
ticket,
wow. Yeah.
something like that. You know, I think that'd be a cool little incentive to get people to come and watch games from interstate. But I don't know if they offer anything like that. I haven't really looked into it, to be honest.
Geelong, yeah, they don't do anything like that. Well, I'm not a member of Geelong anyway because I think they're fucking a scamming club. You know, they want they do an interstate membership, so it's 3 games. So that will include.
Oh yeah, we've all got that. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but the problem is, I don't go to Perth. I don't go to Brisbane. You know,
Of course,
I want. Yeah, so if it was state, if they just said, you know what, 3 games at Adelaide Oval, well, they don't really play 3 times at Adelaide Oval, but if they said, you know what, every time we play in Adelaide Oval, or every time we play, if they made it state specific, I would love that. I'll do that, but they don't because they make it any state outside of Melbourne, and they charge. So it's a 3-game membership. You get a reserve ticket. I think it's like $200.
Yeah, that's not too bad. I think that's okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's fine. Like that's I don't know what it is now, but that's when I last time I checked. But that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with the price, but because it's not state specific, like Geelong only play 2 games here. If we're lucky, gather round doesn't actually include that. Strangely enough,
of course.
Because if Geelong, let's say Geelong are playing St Kilda, but if it's a St Kilda home game, that doesn't count as a Geelong home game, if you know what I mean?
That's right, yeah.
So they don't include gather round. It's just a 3 interstate. So it's hit and miss. Like we've had 1 home game, like the West Coast and Geelong game at Norwood. That was technically a West Coast home game. So it just doesn't benefit me because they just don't play here enough. Yeah. If they said, you know what, you get a reserve ticket for 2 games, which they play 2 games here. Some usually Port and Crows, then that'd be fine. But they hardly play 3 games here, hardly ever, and it doesn't include finals as well. So that's just a regular season. That's why I don't membership. Kiri does that. Kiri, he does that. Fun fact on Kiri, I don't know if you saw our show earlier. He's actually going to the game this week against Essendon.
Okay, right.
And then he's heading to the Carlton St Kilda game. So if any of you boys are going down there, go say hello to him, and maybe Bo, you can take him home and he'll fix your internet.
Nah, look, I'm not going to another Carlton game for the next 3 weeks because I've got a whole bunch of shit on for the next 3 weeks, so I can't make it. Like I said, cup final this week on Saturday, then Sunday I got a family day and all the rest of it. So just a whole bunch of stuff going on. But I was supposed to leave about half an hour ago, so I'm going to have to.
I'll let you go now. But before you do go, you went to the Collingwood game. Was everything all good there? You didn't get in trouble?
No, I did see someone that is No, nothing. It was really, really good. Had a lot of fun being there. Of course, we lost and all the rest, but you know, given my distance from the CBD and everything, like it's not easy for me to get to games and all the rest of it. But at the same time, really, really enjoyable just being there. I was there with a couple of Collingwood mates, so a bit of banter all game with them, and that was good fun. But I went outside afterwards. I barely saw anybody out there in terms of creators afterwards, so. I was hoping to say hello to a couple of them because you speak to them through the week for bloody months and shit, and then you never get to see them. So, but I saw a couple of the Monday Blues. Oh no, sorry, I saw Carl from the Monday Blues. That was great. Saw Saka. That was great. And then
Saka always goes, doesn't he?
I saw someone doing content. It was like Gate 4 or Gate 5. I don't know. It was really hard to see them. They were really close to the ground. I struggle to see people that are that low to the ground. So that's the only person I saw.
Oh, that's all right. No, I thought you would have had some trouble. And I wasn't necessarily other fans, but more of the security type thing because
Oh no, security thing was great, mate. I think the description I just mention then went over a few people's heads. Did anyone get that, or am I talking a ball on that one? Is this Jerry?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, I don't think so. Tough crowd, though.
No, not even the Collingwood people got that one. Damn.
On that note, Bo, you went incognito, and you all disguised.
There's different weather at that height. You know what I mean? So anyway.
On that note, Bo, thanks for coming on. I don't want to get you into trouble. Matt's just came on anyway. We'll get Matt on.
Done. I will have a listen and enjoy. Yep. Thanks for having me on again. And I will hassle the Mars for you.
Yes, the Mars bar. Thank you, because I need him to remaster me a soundboard I've got of him.
Yes.
And hopefully he doesn't sue me for that.
No. All right, guys. Take it easy.
See you, mate.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming on.
Bye. Good night. Cheers.
That was, if anyone was listening, that playback, that was 1v1 conversations with Bocek from the Jumper Punch. Shit. Apologies to Daz and Chris, who must be thinking, we've been left for dead. No, you two know, it's just Bo. Bo's, yeah, he hardly comes on, and he's been coming on lately, so that's good. No, I love Bo. He's a good man. Very good man. Don't agree with what happened to him. Don't agree with what happened to Rocco. But that's just fuckwits trying to bring you down. Welcome, Matt. Matt, had to listen to that. Thank you for joining, Matt. How have you been, mate? Fantastic. Oh, no, we can't hear you, Matt, if you're speaking. Oh, dear. Okay. Bo killed the radio star. No, we do have some things for Matt. Now I gave Matt, I don't know if you heard this, Daz or Chris, regarding a Darcy Moore comment. I really want Matt to say this. So Matt, if you can just give me a message, if you're okay. We can't hear you if you're talking.
Yeah, sometimes when streaming, I can't hear sometimes people.
All right. So try leaving again, Matt, if you have audio problems, and then rejoin. We'll see what happens. Because I prefer you to tell this, because I want your opinions on it. While we do,
just before Matt gets back in, Chris, on Arsenal.
Now, Lucas, I said something on said something on the stream.
I think Daz wanted to say something to you, Chris. 1 sec. I think Daz wanted to say something to you.
Yeah.
Go on, Daz.
You hearing me?
Yep, you're good to go, Daz.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Chris. Just on Arsenal, before we get back on to other things, my partner, quite a few years ago...
I can't hear anything.
Can't you hear me?
You can't hear him, Chris?
Lucas?
No.
I can hear you. Okay, all right. So what's going to happen? Connection issues. Okay, so Matt's had a connection. All right, so what we'll do, I'm gonna get rid of you, Daz and Chris, but come back and hopefully the audio has improved. Hang on.
The streamline.
No, hang on, Daz. Because Chris can't hear you, it might be Chris's end. So Chris, I want you to rejoin, mate. So Daz, stay there.
I had to jump off earlier, mate. Yeah, because I was not hearing you and earlier in the stream.
So stay
that wasn't me deliberately ignoring you. I was eating as well, but there was a connection problem.
Mate, in a way, I've done that to you for the last hour, to be fair, mate. So it's all good. So Chris is back now. Daz, say something. So if Chris can confirm, we'll hear you.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
Chris,
can you hear?
Can you hear that?
Yeah. Sometimes I can't hear because I don't know why.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
But
okay.
you heard that though, didn't you, Chris?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Daz, tell your
Right, we
story.
can hear each other. No, it's only a little story. My partner,
Okay.
Minnie, quite a while ago, it's that far back, the guy hasn't played for a while. Talking about Arsenal, one of my favourite Gunners player back in the day was Terry Henry. So basically, she shopped around. She actually, one of her girlfriend's husbands worked. They did a lot of work for getting sporting goods and sporting things into their shop, which actually was interstate. It was up in Queensland, and she ordered a Terry Henry life-sized poster and gave it to me for my birthday many years ago. I can't even remember which one it was. And
Wow.
I stuck it in the garage. It's now in the house here because we've now previously moved from that house. And it's a life-size poster of Terry Henry. That's probably. Can you remember him, Lucas?
Of course I can. Yeah, of course I
Playing
can.
for Arsenal and all of that.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, of
He
course.
was my favourite. He was my favourite Arsenal player back in the day. I mean, I probably was a bit obsessed with him, actually, to be quite honest. So all those FA Cups and all those sorts of matches where he was involved in, and Premier League games and all of that. I mean, if I could watch Arsenal play and all that, there was never a time where I wouldn't set the alarm for an FA Cup final or a match leading up to a semi or whatever, a quarter final or whatever it may be, or the knockouts, basically. If
Have you got
Arsenal
it
were
framed?
playing, doesn't matter who they were playing. If they were playing anybody, I'd be setting the alarm because they'd be coming on all hours of the night, of course. And
Have you got it framed?
You know, big pardon?
Have you got it framed? Is it framed?
It was already framed. Yeah, it was already framed. It was already
Wow.
framed by the people who did it. So yeah, that's going
Oh,
back. So
incredible.
it's about close to 6 foot high. So like I said, it's a life-size poster, and they were doing back in those days. I mean, you could get any one of those favourite footballers back in those days that were on sale. It's just that she knew how to get him or get it. And basically, because she knew the girlfriend and the husband who worked for the actual, I suppose, the place that was actually stocking these. To my surprise, yeah, because it would be the last thing I would have expected. But I mean, as I said,
Wow.
I was obsessed with him, not just with with Arsenal as a football club, but with him. I mean, he was the be and end all for me. And look, he wasn't perfect, but and he had his critics, obviously. And the opposition teams hated him, and supporters and fans hated him, and all that sort of stuff. I missed out. This is another quick story. I had an opportunity about 25 years ago, because I'm 46. I had an opportunity when in my early 20s to go to the UK and watch 3 or 4 Premier League games. I was going with one of my best mates, and he was about to get the tickets, organise plane fares, all sorts of stuff. Basically, poor guy ended up with chicken pox, and he was booked for a whole month, basically, with chicken pox. We booked the date. We'll sort the dates out and everything like that, but he had chicken pox, so that was all off for a basic whole month.
Wow.
I took time. I put in my leave for work, and I couldn't change it. So basically, that was it for me. He went later in the season on his own, but I didn't go. But I was so hyped up for that, because we were expected to see some of the big games over there. We're probably going to see Chelsea, Man City, teams like that. I don't know whether we're going to see Arsenal. It depended on the fixturing and programming. But yeah, we were going to go and watch a few of the games and matches over there, and was so hyped up over it. Booked my annual leave and all that sort of stuff, and basically, he got crook, and
Gee.
Couldn't go.
that's-
Well, I couldn't go anyway. He went later on, but yeah, very big disappointment that was. But yeah. So I've got the poster, and it's in the house here. It's in a wardrobe, basically back of the wardrobe. So just thought I'd tell you
Wow.
that. Seeing that
No,
it related to your topics earlier.
absolutely. And now, if Bo's still here, Bo, come back and you can talk to Daz for another hour. I'm sorry about that. No, that is absolutely fantastic. Daz, no, that's
that brought everyone though.
that well. Yeah, you don't hear that
It's-
every day. So this is why
yeah,
I
I
do
mean-
these streams. That's a good thing, Daz. But this is why I do this shit on here. So I get, I can hear stories like this, and it's fantastic to hear them. So thank you for sharing that, Daz. No, we really do appreciate it. And that's what happens. That's what happens. You drive the show, you make up the topics. This is what I do this for, and absolute fantastic. You've known my soccer stories now. I've known yours. Unbelievable. Welcome, Matt.
I think Matt's back now.
Hopefully you can hear us.
G'day, fellas.
Hey, not Chris.
Hey, Matt.
Chris, can you hear him? Oh, you can hear him. Good, fantastic. How you doing, Matt?
Yep.
Excellent.
Fantastic.
What about you guys?
Oh, we're doing great. Love these late night streams. I wish Floyd was on here or Sean, but that's all right. They said they couldn't make it. So it doesn't matter. We've had fun guests. We've got 10 people still listening. So that means 10 people.
Well, we've already got Daz on. If we had Sean on as well, we wouldn't be getting out of here for a couple of days.
You sound like my missus. Shut the fuck up.
Yes.
Put a sock in it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. It might be those that 48-hour stream you did, Matt. We might just need that legend Paul Buckley in the show, and we'll be cooking.
My favorite guests on my channel are people like Daz and Shawnee and Paul, because it just means I don't have to do shit for like hours at a time.
I was just going to say
might just go cook a steak.
Yeah.
Fuck it. I'll go cook a whole roast beef and come back in 2 hours and just listen.
Yeah, if Bo and Daz started talk soccer, you know what? I'll turn my camera off, just listen to them, cook something, listen to them. I don't have to do a thing. I can just listen to them. You're absolutely right. They drive the program. Right, Matt. Now, you got the thing that I showed you. Now, apologies, I couldn't show that photo because I'm using my phone and I'm not a paid member, so apologies for that, Matt.
Yep.
Right. Now,
you sent me on WhatsApp that thing.
Yeah, that thing, the Apollo Creed thing, yeah. Don't do that again, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to talk to you about this. All right, now I gave you a link about this. I showed you this video.
Yeah.
Oh fuck! I'm glad it was your captain and not mine, because I would have went berserk. You can if you want to explain it, since I want you to talk about it. If you want to explain to the guys here, because they may not be aware.
Okay.
Maybe you can play it. You can play it, Matt, and we can listen.
Oh, I can share stuff, but I think you have to. No, I don't have it anymore. I think we've got disappearing messages on our WhatsApp, Lucas, so it's not there anymore.
All right, just talk among you. You can talk about it, and I'll see if I can find it because Kiri was the one that actually gave it to me. So I'll just go to Kiri's messages. That's all right.
Okay, I'll build up. I'll give you a bit of background on I think what's going on. Yeah. Now, it's dawned on me that what's going on this year is as soon as the wild card became a possibility, the AFL and Collingwood, all right, whether it's a late night conspiracy theory, okay, so we're going into the tinfoil hat area, but I reckon it's an absolute possibility that the AFL and Collingwood have got together and they have manipulated the draw. And this would explain out of 6 games that we lost under two goals or less, 5 losses, one of them was a draw. We didn't win any of those. A couple of them where we were like Hawthorn, we were 13 points up with a minute to go. I'm starting to think that the AFL and Collingwood have got together and they want to guarantee that Collingwood is in the wild card round to make it a absolute cash grab. They want Carlton to be in it as well, and ideally a wild card where Carlton are in a wild card and Collingwood are in a wild card. Ideally, they won't have Carlton and Collingwood play each other in a wild card because one of them's going to get knocked out. But that's what I see happening. That performance against Geelong after what we did against Adelaide was absolutely pitiful. The whole pre-game was an absolute joke. And Collingwood just laid down until we were 50 points down. Game over. Game over within a quarter and a half. And I think they're manipulating stuff. They're tanking so that to make sure we're in a wild card. That's what I think's happening. So this will relate to the video that Lucas wants to play.
Nothing would surprise me.
I just some of the shit that the club is doing, they can't be that stupid. You know, like these remember at the start of the year, Pendles, you know, like the thought was, they're trying to get him through to have his record breaking game against West Coast. And the club had legitimate reasons. No, we're going to Sydney. We're not going to do an interstate trip with Pendles. We're managing him. 5-day break, he's getting managed. Fair enough. We've done that in the last couple of years. All right, that makes sense. But now, when we've got a lot better younger players, people like Swadling and Allen and West and Anderson, they now earn their spots with merit in the ones, we can actually afford to manage guys like Crisp, Sidebottom, Pendlebury. We have a 5-day break going into Adelaide. Long, Pendlebury, Sidebottom, Houston, all of these guys, all playing. Why are we not managing older guys now when we've actually got good young players who can cover their spots? We didn't at the start of the year. We didn't know what these guys could do, most of them. But we're managing then. So I don't think we're trying to make the finals. We're just trying to skim into a wild card. That's what I think could be happening.
Yeah. It's beyond belief what the thoughts that go through my head too with what the club might be doing or thinking about or planning or not planning for. It's been all over the place this year. And what it also reminds me of is 2024. It's the way it's turning out. The only difference, the only thing that's going to save us this year is there is a wild card. Now, if we're back to the top 8 system still, Matt and Lucas, Chris, we'd probably miss again. Unless we win, probably we would have needed to win probably 2 of our final 3 games to get in the top 8. And that meant the early part of the year where we blew those games, those close matches, 4 or 5 of them, I think. We'd be staring down the barrel again of a 2024 end of the season again. We've been saved basically by this wild card, and I don't know if people listening to me know how I think about that. I think it always has been pretty much a money making. It's a money making decision, whether you like it or not, by the AFL. I think that's the first thing they'd say. Well, how can we get more money? How can we get more money? A lot of people don't like, the buys before we kick off finals and all this sort of stuff. We need to have the grand finalist. We need to have the focus and all this sort of stuff. So where are we gonna have a week off or whatever? Top 4 teams need to be suitably helped in regards to some sort of advantage. Obviously, how can we do things? But can we actually make it more exciting as we get closer to round 24? What can we do? So somebody at the AFL has sort of said, okay, perhaps we'll have a wild card. I know Craig Hutchinson's been on about this for a number of years, actually. If you've been listening to Footy Classified and all of that over the years, he's brought it up on the show for a few years. I remember him talking about it back in 2022, 23, actually. And he's been ramming it down our throats in regards to that. And I thought, oh, God, doesn't sound right. And I don't know. And then you sort of start saying, well, is it rewarding mediocrity? I've always thought, are we starting to reward mediocrity? If you actually are doing that, you're going to give a 9th and a 10th place team a chance to get started with the finals. So I have my views on that as well, but nothing can convince me any differently, Matt and guys, that this is purely the number one reason why they're doing this. And you said it yourself, Matt. I think the AFL, quite rightly, they're doing this primarily to make money. It's a money-making. And what better thing would it be for the AFL is to have Carlton and Collingwood playing in a wildcard game after round 24. That would be ideal for them, absolutely ideal, whether it happens or not, but it's a possibility. It could very well happen. And they would say, well, and you know what they're going to say? They'll say if that does happen, all the critics and all the people knocking the idea, they'll say, well, we've been vindicated. Look how this has turned out. We've got Carlton and Collingwood at the MCG after round 24 to set the finals underway in a big match. And they'll be saying,
it'll actually be 2 separate games. What'll happen is Collingwood will kick it off, or Carlton may kick it off on the Friday night, and it'll be, say, Carlton and the Bulldogs, 95,000. And Saturday night the same. It'll be 95,000, and it'll be Collingwood Melbourne or something like that. So they'll get 2 90,000 plus crowds, and they'll say, "Look at this wild card! How good!" Each game, everyone's got something to barrack for. So Carlton, Carlton and the Bulldogs. Everyone's going to be either a Carlton supporter or hating on Carlton and barracking for the Bulldogs. And the same when Collingwood plays Melbourne. Everyone's got someone to follow. You're either going to be a Collingwood supporter or a Collingwood hater. And that's what you watch it. That's what's going to get manufactured. It could be Carlton Collingwood, but they'll want 2 90,000 plus crowds. And if you get Carlton and Collingwood in each game, that is very possible.
Yeah. So Matt, you might be able to tell me, and
everyone will be sold.
Yeah. Can you tell me, you might know this, and any other guys that might know it, after that first week, so you've got, I believe it's 7th playing 10th and then 8th playing 9th in that wild card. So the 2 losers are out. So the 2 winners, who do they play then the week after?
Okay, so the most highest rated player, highest rated team in the wild card winner will play
5th,
the 6th place team, and the second rated winner of a wild card will play 5th.
Right.
There's your kicking off the traditional finals. There's your elimination finals, and then goes from there. So you're gonna in that week after the wild card, it's back to normal. You have 2 elimination finals and you have 2 qualifying finals. Now teams. I think there are some teams that don't want to finish top 4 if it means they get an away qualifying final. what they'll prefer to do is finish 5th or 6th and just win all the way to the grand final. Rather, because they get a week off at wildcard round, they get a week off. Why do they don't want another week off? They're like, let's keep going. Because they get week off, so you get a week off for qualifying final. Some teams really like extra weeks off if they're all battered up. But if they're on fire and on a bit of a roll, they have their break at wildcard and they want to just go win into the grand final. If they finish top 4 and they win their qualifying final, they've got another week off. So they play 2 games in a month. That's why Brisbane won't mind finishing 5th or 6th, in my opinion. If they don't think they can make top 2, they think they can make top 2, fuck it, yeah, we want to go for top 2. But I think teams a lot of the time these days don't want 3 or 4. Like 4th is a death wish. Apparently it's been decades since someone won the premiership from 4th. It's always been a bit of a death wish. Cursed.
Interesting. Yeah. So what did Darcy Moore actually say?
I'm just
Because
I'm just trying to see if I can save it, and I'm going to try and play it.
And ears pricked when I heard that.
You there, Lucas?
He might be doing some stuff.
Now, I can share from here, but Lucas would have to, someone at the Geelong zone would have to accept it. Here we go. So you have to show it on. So I've put it in the backstage there, Lucas. We can't hear you, Lucas, if you are in fact talking.
No.
Can't hear you, mate. No.
Can't hear me. No, Lucas.
Jump in and out again.
Yeah.
StreamYard's been a bit buggy in recent times.
Bit of an issue today. Yeah.
We had our pre-game the other day, our first ruck countdown, and the stream just finished by itself after 15 minutes. Had to start up another one. It was so annoying.
Maybe get rid of Jezza as your...
Yeah, that's the problem.
He's injured. Get rid of Jezza.
Go back to Jordan De Goey.
Don't put the pink pony up, though, whatever you do.
No, I can't hear you, Lucas.
Don't put Ollie Henry up.
Rally for a really good fun.
Absolutely, yeah. We're hopefully one of the beneficiaries of the wildcard game. So
yeah.
it's exciting to see.
What's that?
Hopefully one of the beneficiaries of the wildcard round. It's exciting to see. What the fuck? He's just outed the club.
Darcy Moore, yeah, okay.
That's a problem with these idiots. When they hatch these plans, they can't help themselves.
Absolutely, yeah. We're hopefully one of the beneficiaries of the wildcard game. So it's exciting to see.
So you don't want to aim any higher than Darcy, higher on the ladder.
No, these fuckers, when they put these...
They came out, they came out like shit on Thursday night, played like crap for the first 2.5 quarters, almost 2 quarters. Weren't really switched on.
Yeah, they were absolutely not switched on at all. And I just can't You know, the pre-game is one. You know that when you change your habits and your routine, that's always been a historical thing with professional sports. That's why people have superstitions. Don't change what works. But when they changed everything about the pre-game, it couldn't have helped. Couldn't have helped.
No, it was a mess. And it was horrible at the game too. It was just, and I had that feeling from even before the game started. I had a feeling I just was dreading the start. I don't know what it is, or some premonitions were running through my head. The Cats were going to bloody jump us. I don't know. I said, I hope I'm wrong. But 15 minutes into the first quarter, I turned to my mate. I said, told you so. Told you so. Like, first 20 minutes, we're bloody chasing our tails, basically. And it got worse in the second quarter. Early in the second.
Here we are thinking, remember earlier in the year we were playing a lot worse. You know, we were much improved since the first time we played them in round 10 or whenever it was. They've got players out. We are primed. We're just back from beating Adelaide in Adelaide, and it was actually worse than the first time we played them. At least the first time we played them, we were actually quite decent in the second quarter. We were missing shots at goals and some basic mistakes, but a few things went our way and we could have been right in that game. So at halftime, I thought, we're in this. But this game, we were just smashed right from the start.
Yep.
Tell me, can you hear me now, guys?
Yeah,
can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now, mate.
Oh, thank God. All right. Yep. Keep going, Dad. Okay, Chris. Good night, mate.
See you, Chris. The start reminded me of the dreaded game when we played Gold Coast a couple of years ago, where we just couldn't kick a goal, and they were all over us. But I know we kicked, what was it, 10 or 11 points or something in that game. But yeah, and then we came back and hit the front, still lost the game though. But the worst feeling you can have is if you have one bad quarter, first quarter, and then you continue that and have another bad quarter straight after that, two bad quarters, first half, and you're chasing. Basically, you're playing catch-up football. And do we not know that Geelong is such a professional team? I mean, I know GWS came back and overran them a few weeks ago, but they weren't going to let that happen again, and they just don't do it against Collingwood anyway. I mean, they just play professional football. They might only play professional football for a couple of quarters or 2.5 quarters, but it's still good enough to beat us. Still good enough to beat Collingwood. We didn't,
G'day, Anthony.
Didn't help ourselves at all with that first half.
G'day, mate. G'day, Anthony. Now I said this to Matt, so. Just, I'm going to play that again one more time, what he said. Just listen to how excited he was when he said it. It wasn't like he was down. Just listen to the emphasis of his voice and how excited he sounds. So here it is again.
Absolutely, yeah. We're hopefully one of the beneficiaries of the wildcard game. So I think it's exciting to see.
Did you hear?
He meant that. Yeah.
Yeah, Lucas, did you hear when you were trying to sort your stuff out? My theory is that they're manufacturing it. The clubs.
Oh, I heard that. Yeah, I heard
that. Collingwood and the AFL have got together, and we will finish in a wild card round, and Carlton will as well. And you'll have a Friday and a Saturday night wild card that are both 90,000 plus, and the whole of the AFL will just go, how good's fucking wild card? We get to fucking hate on Collingwood on Friday night and hate on Carlton on the Saturday night.
No, it's a conspiracy theory. I agree with you to an extent, Matt, because no one likes this, and the AFL knows this. So the AFL will be thinking, what is one way we can get the fans to be on board with this? And that would be one of the reasons, Matt. The audacity to sit there and say, "Oh, it's a good thing for wildcard." Listen, it's a good thing, I'm excited. You excited to finish wildcard? You excited? If
Yeah.
that was Patrick Dangerfield that said, I'd email the club and say he'd be sacked. I'd probably say go kick rocks, but I'd want him to be sacked. That's just ridiculous for a club
Disgraceful.
like Collingwood and their captain, still their captain, technically still their captain, to come out and say, "Oh, I'm looking forward to playing in the wild card." Not top 6, not top 8, not top 4, wild card round. That is an absolute disgrace.
Yep.
Disgrace. He
Yep.
should be
And
sacked.
The problem with these idiots is he wasn't supposed to say that, or like we're not supposed to know that. But when they fuck around and do all this manipulation, it's called revealing of the method. They tell you what they're doing right out in the open. He just told us that it's being manipulated so that Collingwood finish in the wildcard round.
Yeah.
So whatever needs, when it comes to the Hawthorn and the Brisbane game, whatever we need, whatever is absolutely needed to finish 6th to get that week off while everyone else was playing wildcard round, I guarantee you now it's not going to happen. We're not going to, it's going to be orchestrated so we don't. And Fly doesn't give a fuck. We know the way he treats the teenagers, kids in our club with the selection unintegrity shows that he's just a shit person.
Yeah.
He's just not a nice guy. Everyone thinks he's a nice guy. The media does, but he's a very nasty man.
Or you can't boo. I teach my children not to boo. Oh, fuck off, mate. Seriously. Come on.
How, like, the cheek on him a couple of weeks ago when he went on 360 or wherever it was, and said it wasn't his idea when he said, "Give me players, not picks." Last year,
Justin Leppich, yeah.
That was Justin Leppich's idea, but it wasn't my idea. Now, I couldn't find the video. I didn't look very hard. Someone might be able to help me out. But when Craig McRae said that, he had so much glee and enthusiasm about it. He clearly believed in that strategy. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that strategy. Collingwood and Geelong do that, and it keeps them up the top of the ladder. They find players that can plug and play. They moneyball it. Okay, Geelong are a bit better at that than Collingwood, but we haven't done too badly. Similar records in the last 10 years with prelims and grand finals. You and I both agree. Both clubs should have won more flags.
Oh, for sure.
But, so it means that McRae was either lying when he said it, or he's lying about that it was Leppich's idea. Either way, he's a liar.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, don't fucking go and lie to the club. That's why they get these. They've got these media. Sorry, mate.
So I was going to say, Eddie, was the most random fucking thing, like out of context thing. Like it was almost like he was excited to say that. He was just dying to say that.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, we want to get better. You know, don't give me picks. Give me players. I want players. You know, like we want to get good. We want to get better. Like that's how. I can't wait to find the clip and then play it on a video of the two clips back to back and work out which one you think he's lying in, because he's lying in one of those media events. He's lying. Which one is it? I think it's but when he put Lepper under the bus, that's when he was lying, in my opinion. But those two things prove that he's either lying the first time or lying the second time. We can't be certain which one it is, but we can have our opinions about. All we know is a liar.
But he does say some ridiculous comments. His comment last year, which will never, it won't go out of my head. You know, when he said we won the 14 games, and he said we've now qualified for finals. And
we're in the business of qualifying.
We started losing games, and we started sinking like the Titanic. And we were getting
6 out of 8.
And we lost top spot. Had top spot sewn up, but you know, you don't it's like flirting with your form, you know, when you come out and say those things. And don't think that the players would have, I mean, if he said that behind closed doors anyway, after a game like that, oh, we've qualified for finals now, won 14 games, players suddenly think, well, okay, all right, we can go a little bit easy now, you know, go a little bit easy for the rest of the season, 6 more games, whatever. You know, it's as bad as flirting with your form and, you know, just making changes just for the sake of changes and all of that. And, you know, he just puts his foot in his mouth far too many times. There's some cringe-worthy stuff, guys, with Fly. He's the most cringe-worthy. If Ross Lyon is the most, you know, I suppose, attacking type of coach, like he attacks the journos, he doesn't like certain questions, and he's got this reputation of being a bit of, you know, go the man type of thing for any journo that would question him even if it's a stupid bloody question. Fly's the opposite. He's Mr. Nice Guy with the journos and the media. Doesn't get criticised. Everything's so lovely with Fly. Absolutely. He's the man of the moment.
Now, Matt, if you can do me a favour, if you can somehow download it but crop the video in your phone settings so it only plays the things that he said, so I don't get copyright, I'll be more than happy to post it on here for you.
Clip it.
Yeah, clear. Yeah. Just like
All right, I'll see if I can do that. Hang on.
Yeah, and then just to what he said, so that's a 1 minute clip. Like if you can just clip it into like a 10 second clip, then I'll happily post it for you, like the Darcy Moore one.
Okay.
Also, I heard on one of the footy shows, I catch it after I finish work. I worked last night, so I did afternoon shift. But is it true that the AFL are telling clubs that they'll be on watch in regards to the final, 3 games or whatever that we've got, and not to play their best 23 and don't manage or rest players or find excuses for leaving your best players out of your 23 because we don't want the top 10 to be manipulated? Did anyone hear that on any of the footy shows last night? That they're actually put the blowtorch on the footy clubs, and I don't know what the hell the AFL can do. They should talk to Fly, because Fly's got a habit of doing that constantly. He's been doing it this year, did it last year, making excuses for leaving players out, not dropping them, but just managing them or resting them or whatever, and then dropping a young kid who might not necessarily have the games that a Jack Crisp or somebody else has, but he might be just as good on the footy field. And is that true? Anyone pick that up, that the AFL are telling clubs to play their best 23 and they will be, I don't know what they can do, but they'll be strong against any football club or coaching panel and senior coach that decides that there's a certain couple of players that are missing from any of these last 3 games or 3 rounds, that the AFL are going to come down on them like a ton of bricks. What could they possibly do, though? What can the AFL do? They'll just make up any excuse, the clubs. If they want to arrest somebody before first week of finals, they'll find a reason. They'll find a way of resting him and leaving him out.
Yeah. So what? If you guys can hear me?
Yeah.
So what they don't want to see, let's say round 23, Charlie Curno's been managed. Matt's dropped out. So I'll bring Matt back. So they don't want to see a managed next to the name. So let's say Sydney say, you know what, we're gonna rest Charlie Curnow. It can't be managed. They have to have a legitimate reason. So if
they'll make up a reason though. Lucas. They'll make
Exactly.
one
Yeah,
up.
that's it. Yeah.
Sickness.
Yeah.
How are they going to prove that the guy is not sick?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
He might be sick, you know.
So Pendlebury and Sidebottom have been managed a lot this season when they've been dropped or managed, what do you want to fucking call it? They can't do that anymore. They have to put a reason now, unless they're dropped. So
They can still manage him. Collingwood can just say we're resting, we're managing Steele because of his age, because he's 36 and he's, you know, needs a rest. You know, we've done it previously. What are you telling us we can't do that now? And they've done it with
AFL
Bengals.
don't want that. Yeah, the AFL don't want that.
What can they do?
No.
What can they do, Lucas? They can't do it. What are they going to do? If Geelong want to rest Danger, if Geelong want to rest Danger for round 24, because Geelong end up finishing 6th for the following week for whether they're going to play, probably at the G, or even if it's an interstate game and you're going to Adelaide or Sydney or whatever he may be, if Chris Scott wants to rest Patrick Dangerfield for round 24, what could the AFL possibly do to Geelong?
So they would have to make an excuse, a sickness or he's been dropped. They can't put manage, and I don't think they can do a thing.
Why? What the hell's wrong with the AFL? Coaches have been doing that for 3, 4, 5 years now. Why the big frickin' bloody frenzy about it? You get what I'm saying? I mean, what are they just freaking? What's wrong with the AFL? They suddenly come down and is the penny suddenly dropped after how many years has this been going on? And they're now telling. What about early in the season? What about early in the season? I mean, it was manipulating. It was manipulating certain clubs during the year. You know, when you rest players, manage players, and all that. Last year, Collingwood started doing it constantly during the year, and we went off rails. We started losing games because we did too much of it.
Well, apparently the AFL want the best players playing every single week. But as long as it's not the last 3 weeks, you can do it whenever you want. But we don't want to do in the last 3 weeks.
Oh yeah, good on them. Why don't they focus on the other issues that are really stuffing up the game at the moment? I know you're probably not. You couldn't care less whether Danger plays or not round 24. You'd rather him out, but for me, I mean, and what Fly will do anyway is he and Jared Wade and all the coaches down in Collingwood anyway, they've been able to manipulate the footy team at the expense of the younger guys at the football club for, I reckon, the best part of 18 months anyway. And some of which have hardly played a game since Fly's been there, which is an absolute disgrace. So, I mean, tell the clubs, but tell them at the start of the year. Don't tell them at round 21 not to do it, because they'll find a way to do it anyway.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Welcome back, Matt. Have you done that thing yet?
Yeah, I've shared it.
All right, let's see. Is it in the... Oh, there it is. All right, there we are. So this is... what's this again? This is when Craig McCrae was on 360, I believe, Matt. And put Justin Leppich under the bus. So here we go. We're going to play it here. There's 12 people listening. Fantastic. Here we go.
Just...
You guys can hear me?
Lucas?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just when I say stop, just stop it, because it went on to something else and I don't want it to be seen.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So yeah,
We'll just
then
play
I'll
the
just
audio.
Yeah. Okay. Hang on. I'll just kick it from the studio. So you just tell me to stop and I'll just kick it from the studio. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Here we go. So what they don't want to see, let's say round 23.
Big picture, Craig, your veterans are playing really well. Yeah. You have brought new players into the team. You've explored what's on your list. What comes next? So there's 6 in this season. You are famously quoted as saying, give me players, not picks. Is that a true reflection of your philosophy?
Oh, well, Jared, I honestly haven't spoken about this ever. I've just sort of let it be out there for the
Stop.
narrative of being.
You've said it.
I just should have said pause.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Did you hear what he said? He's never spoken about this.
He has said it.
Yeah.
I've heard him say it.
Yeah. So he just
He
lied
said
then.
it last year.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a famous quote. And this is what the media are just such pussies. Like if that had been 20 years ago, the journo would have just gone, no, you do you want me to play the footage, Craig? You said that.
Yep.
I'll keep going.
Yeah. I'll have to restart it. At the stage you go.
Or my philosophy. That was something that was trade period that, funnily enough, Justin Lepage asked me to say that publicly, so then it would support a trade. But that's so far from my philosophy or my want. If anything, I'm probably more balanced and struggle to have one philosophy around trading, because I think you can't sit in one box. If you just go straight to the trade period and free agency, then you're leaving other things behind. I think you've got to be really balanced and somewhat even meet every trade period with its own, the draft with its own merits. Like this is the first time as coach that I've been coaching for Collingwood 5 years that we've got all our draft picks and we've got a healthy salary cap that we're not.
There you go.
Yep. Wow, talk about putting your assistant under the bus there, Fly. Fuck,
Yeah, poor. What a poor fucking media performance that was.
And for them to not even they didn't even double down Gary Lyon and Wheatley. They didn't even follow up on that. They just said, okay, then
Yeah, they're pussies, and like you can just, everyone, we've all lied, big lies, fucking, small lies, telling your missus they look good in that dress, whatever, but fucking hell, he's a bad liar. Yeah, that's right, Milkshakes. His body language just gave him away. He was shuffling around and looking down, and his voice started going higher. It was absolutely pathetic. He is not a nice man.
He actually said it when he made that famous quote when we were rumoured to getting Jack Silvani, and he was going to go on a first date with Jack Silvani. He actually said it in that whole sequence of questions.
Was it that
the
one?
topic of Jack Silvani came up. He said, "We're after players, not draft picks." In the conversation of that whole topic, that's what he referred to it numerous times, and right throughout the weeks after that, when the media were talking about it, I heard him say it. They were playing back what he was saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, crazy.
Well,
he's a hard one. He's a hard one, that's for sure.
Oh.
Hard one to, there's certain things that just wild me up with him.
He's got to be exposed, this guy.
But the media's hopeless, though.
Yeah, they love him too much.
They're the media. We get 100 people to see it. That's the best we can do.
I'm not a fan of Ross Lyon, but the crap that he cops is some of the stupid questions from the journos from time to time. Yeah, some he definitely avoids answering a lot of those questions. He's so freaking good. He's done it that many times. The journos, there's a pack of journos that are scared stiff of him. But with Fly, they just hang around his boots and lick his boots. They love him. And they, okay, Fly. Yes, Fly. Yes. 3 bags full, Fly. Yeah. Doesn't ever get put under the blowtorch, or under the microscope or anything like that. It's unbelievable. And we're Collingwood people. We see him from a mile away.
But you notice with the coaches and the different journalists they get, Did you see, Matt? Did you see and did you see the journalist that Ross Lyon got when that journalist kept on asking him the same question?
Yep.
See, Craig McCraig never gets those journalists. Do you notice that? Never gets them.
No. Craig McRae works for the AFL.
Never gets those media.
I lovingly call him the Brisbane agent, but he may as well. I mean, Brisbane, Gold Coast, all the interstate clubs are essentially the AFL clubs, and Geelong. Sorry, mate. But
that's right. Yeah.
So Chris Scott actually works for the AFL as well.
Well, his brother did during that year we won the flag.
Oh, that's right. He was the head of the umpires department. But no, this guy's a slippery motherfucker.
Yeah. You've also got the guy that used to work for the AFL back at Geelong as well. What's his name, Richards? What's his name? Steve Hocking?
Hocking.
Steve Hocking, yes.
Another one that worked for the AFL during that period with Brad Scott and all of that. He's back at the Cats
it's
too.
a boys club. So, this is
they love it
why
down there.
Like in real life, if Fly was actually a politician, let's say Fly, for example, was a Liberal Party, National Party, or a One Nation Party politician, the media would have an absolute field day with this idiot.
Oh yeah.
You know, not Labor. Not if he was a Labor. Like if Labor, they'd leave him alone. So when you're part of the cool kids and you're part of the woke team, they're never going to embarrass you. They're not going to ask you difficult questions. They're going to throw you softball questions. You're going to have. He's got three staff members that train him for the media every week.
Oh yeah.
And he doesn't even get hard questions. There's two PR ladies and Charlie Gardner sit down with him in a meeting every week and tell him what the media might ask him about, and they give him scripts on how to answer the questions. It's pathetic.
And right. No, Matt, that's a good point. That's why Ross Lyon gets those hard questions from the journalists, because he's not a cool kid. He's not, the woke thing. He's not part of the woke department. He's a bit of a loose cannon.
Yeah, definitely. But Fly,
he'd be liberal, yeah.
Fly can't even put his words. He can't. I don't know. He's worse than me actually. I'm hopeless. But in front of the cameras, in front of the media, he just talks his way out of it. It's crazy. And I've not seen or heard a journo press him on a topic, press him on a serious, like a real Collingwood topic. But the whole situation with playing these older guys and not having, if the guys in the media and the journos did their actual homework, and if they bothered to watch some of the VFL games too, they would say, and they should have picked him up on the comment that he made about 6-7 weeks ago when he put it on the young guys and the VFL guys who weren't apparently putting their hand up and their name forward in regards to busting into the AFL team.
Yeah, that was disgrace.
That was that you have just, I believe, in my opinion, you've just absolutely torched a lot of those guys that were playing really decent football at that time. You torched them. But then the media just accepted that comment. Yeah. They didn't even press him on the comment. No follow-up question. He talking about putting people under the bus and Leper under the bus. He put 5 or 6 young VFL Collingwood players under the bus with that comment. Yeah. And that would be so demoralising for a Jacob Ryan or a Noah House or whatever it may be. But particularly a guy like Jacob Ryan, who's played one game, got concussed in that one game that he played 3 or 4 years ago, and hasn't been. And he played pretty well last season, not as good as this year, and he's continually played well. He may not be any good, but then to refer to him and others as not putting their name forward or their hand up for AFL selection, this is 6-7 weeks ago, from your senior coach is an absolute disgrace. And not pressed on it by one single journo. Just let him roll with it. Put those VFL guys under the bus like the way he did. Talking like that as a senior coach when 4 or 5 of them had been doing that through the season, you don't want to hear that from your senior coach.
Absolute pathetic.
What would you say, Lucas, if Chris Scott spoke about that, about and put the you're talking up. I know you have given comments about some of the guys playing in your VFL team that they could consider so and so. And I don't know enough about Geelong, but I know you have, and maybe the Cats should consider this guy and that guy and that guy. Would Chris Scott do that and talk like that about VFL guys in a way that it is basically a backhanded comment to the depth of your football club when you say things like that? It's a backhanded comment.
No, I've never heard Chris Scott speak negatively towards the VFL players. I've heard him. What he does say is that player A, like let's say Mitch Nevitt, he might need to improve on such and such, like his disposal efficiency or whatnot, but he doesn't do it in a negative way. I've never heard him. Yeah.
There's ways to do stuff. The problem was, this is why it's such gaslighting behaviour, is that at the time, and it's been all year, you've got guys like Ned Long and Sidebottom and Houston, Bo McCreary for long periods, Lipper earlier in the year, and a whole raft Crisp. You could name 6 or 7 guys who really are not often being absolute passengers and just not up to their best. That is who he should be. If anything, we've got senior guys in our senior AFL team who are not doing what they should. I'm not going to name names. They know who they are, and they really need to pull their weight, because we've got guys down in the seconds who are busting to get a game. And I tell you what, we're going to start having to give these guys some time in the VFL. That is what the club needs. Not fucking bullying the VFL guys, who a lot of them do fucking deserve a game. And to pick on the young guys, but don't touch the fucking senior guys like Houston, who's played about 4 good games in 2 years, high-profile recruit, All-Australian. He gets to keep getting games. Sidebottom, who plays 1 good game in 6. Fucking Crisp, who gets a game every week for fucking 12 years, especially in the last year or 2, because he's got the most continuous games record. And he will not be dropped. He cost us 4 or 5 goals on Thursday, but he's not getting dropped. Yeah. Never even spoken about getting dropped. Why? Because he's got the unbeaten games record. Why doesn't Fly put it on the senior players who are being passengers? No, he picks on the fucking VFL kids. What a fucking turd.
And Matt, I was watching that VFL watch along with Matt and Sean. Fucking hell, Swadling is a good player, man.
Gun.
And the first thing, because Kiri watched that game also, because he wasn't doing the watch. Yeah, Mr. NBN Kiri, he wasn't doing the watch along, but he was watching the game. You know what the first thing he said to me about Swadling? Kid you not. He said to me, "Thank fuck he wasn't playing on Thursday night."
Oh. Imagine him playing on Dempsey. He would have manned up on Dempsey, and he would have given him. It would have been a good battle. He's tall. He's fast.
Yeah.
He runs well the other way. He wouldn't have just given up those 2 easy goals that Dempsey kicked. The one where he took the mark and Chris when he gave him 20 meters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what Kiri said. He said, "Thank fuck he wasn't playing," and I'm like, "Yeah, mate, I agree." Like, he smashed it against our boys.
Most other teams, including if he was in the Adelaide side, he would be starting at every centre bounce attendance.
Oh, yeah.
and he would have played
Oh, he
every
torched
game
that
this
midfield.
year.
Like,
Same with
we've
Geelong.
got-
He'd be one of the first. He's better than Warple.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You don't see Warple. We fucking had when he did that to us, 39 touches. We had Stevens. We had Nevitt. They've played multiple AFL games, and he torched them in the midfield. Absolutely torched them. Left them for dead. And,
Yep.
you know, there was a kick inside 50 where he made just out in the corridor, a little chip kick, 20 minutes. I thought, fuck. What? Where's this kid been? Where the fuck has he been? And that's what Kiri said. Like, oh, well, geez, I'm glad he wasn't playing on Thursday. I'm like, yeah, mate. Fucking hell. Torched our fucking AFL listed midfield.
Good comments coming through. Anthony B, milkshakes. Come on if you want to. Happy to hear what you have to say. But yeah, you know what? You're right. There would have been 16 teams that would have picked and played Sam Swaddling and would keep him in the team, in their AFL team, not shove him out and play VFL, use an excuse. And it's not the first time it's happened to him as well. We can speak of the same with some of the other guys through the year with the way they've been handled. Anderson, West, you name it. There's been 4 or 5 actually, and yet quite rightly, there'll just be untouchables. I was at the game Thursday night, and honestly, Jack Crisp he got the ball, but his disposal, yes, it's right, either by hand or by foot, doesn't matter what it was, cost us 3 to 4 goals definitely. On the turnover, Geelong absolutely penalised us. And guy like that, if you're talking yourself up with a consecutive games record and all that sort of stuff, and you've been at 2 football clubs and you've been at Collingwood for 14 odd years, crikey, mate. If we are accepting that level of football from that type of footballer, well, there's something seriously wrong with the coaching group.
Matt and Dad, he surely plays this week.
What's that?
I said he can't not be played. He has to be in the team, surely.
Nothing surprises me, but I think you'll find that one of either Pendlebury or Sidebottom will be managed, and then whoever doesn't get managed will play against Hawthorn, and hopefully the other one gets managed. So you've got Perryman and Howe come out. Probably Sidebottom gets managed, and then you have you'll have Ryan. Who else? Ryan, maybe a Rowan Steele and Swaddling come in for those 3 players. You might get a Cochrane or a Noah Howes comes in. So it'll be 2 young defenders and Swaddling will come in. And I'm quite looking forward to it because these, as much as I don't like players to get injured, we've had 2 older players, 1 veteran and a more established player, and good. Now, Fly doesn't have a choice but to give some young guys a game. But what he'll probably fucking do is give a game to Lockie Sullivan.
They're quite a tall team, West Coast, and they're quite fast as well. They're a young team, obviously. So young team brings energy and they bring speed. I know that Richmond towed them up on the weekend, but playing at Marvel, they don't often go there and play very well there. I think they probably hate the shithole of the place. But one thing you can guarantee, and they always do this, West Coast, they'll fire up against us. They'll fire up.
In Perth,
they'll use Pendlebury for record-breaking game. They wanted to beat us that week, and they nearly did. Only lost by 10 points. That big event. They had us in trouble numerous times in that game. That was at the MCG, obviously. So back at Optus, forget what happened to them on the weekend against Richmond. They'll be spurred on by the fact that they've got Collingwood and they only missed out by 10 points last time. And they had a number of our senior players and experienced players in that game in trouble. And I think it's going to be an interesting little contest, because if we don't, if we go in with the very same sort of team and only bring in Swaddling and maybe one other, and we go in with a pretty slow senior team with likes of Pendles and Sidey still, Long, Crisp, all these sorts of guys, could very well work against us with the fact that we're playing a team like that who are fast and young and energetic. And Swaddling has to play. He's also from WA anyway. So Fly will use that as his presser during the week. He'll come out and say, oh, young Sam, he's from Western Australia. He's got to go back home, play with his family's down there and all this sort of stuff, play in front of his home family and friends and all this sort of stuff.
Look at me.
He'll talk him up. But he wasn't good enough to play against the Cats, though, was he, Fly? Nah, unbelievable.
If he doesn't play, if he doesn't play Swaddling, fucking hell, mental.
Oh no, I don't think even Fly could out-top himself of a selection blunder and not pick him this week, because we can't take all those slow old guys over there. So he probably comes in for Pez. Ryan comes in for Howe, and they may be the only two changes, but hopefully Sidey or Pendles or both of them come out of the side. Longy, I'd like to see 5 changes. Long out, Pendlebury out, side bottom out, Pez out, Howe, and put 5 kids in. Fuck it. I don't care if we lose. But the thing is, if you put 5 kids in there going away on a trip to fucking West Coast, all the excitement and the pace and the enthusiasm, we probably win by 10 goals. So, and if we don't win, I don't care. Fucking, I'm over this. I want to fuck up the AFL's wild card. I'd rather not make it, but play kids at the same time.
Yeah. You rather win playing kids. You rather lose by playing kids than lose to the same squad you're playing now.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Should have done it early in the year, actually. We've got, there's 5 or 6, there's probably at least 5 guys that we still won't, even if they play the last 3 games, we still won't know for sure whether they're capable enough to play another year with the club and whether they're going to be good enough for AFL next year. And that's on the coach. That's on the coaching panel for not picking those guys early and planning, and we've had injuries. There's been no excuse. And if Fly would actually bother to go down and watch an actual game live at the ground when it's in Melbourne and actually sit and watch these guys play, he might come to that conclusion. But up and doesn't
This
do
is
it.
true.
He looks at his stream, or he talks to maybe a few other guys that might be watching on his behalf and all of that. But he, as senior coach, should certainly give. Firstly, he should give the respect to those guys that are on the list, and secondly, it's his job to look ahead as well and make sure it's these guys are playing for their career. There's like 5 or 6 guys out of contract in a few weeks' time. And they just haven't had a look in. They've been ignored, totally had a look in, and at the expense of favouring guys who have played year after year. And basically they're doing nothing for the team at the moment. They are just waddling around like spectators. And when they get the ball, they're horrible. They just turn it over. This is guys that have played for a decade or more. They turn the ball over.
Can I just comment on the 2 comments that have just come up?
Yeah.
There, Lucas. All right, so this one here, Alan's still remaining unsigned. So he's under contract, but he's not contracted beyond this year. Alan is a priority. He's going to get signed. He may not want to take that up. but we don't really know how much money we've got to play with. We will want to offer him something good, but for the Allen camp, the longer he goes unsigned, the better it is because he's just going to keep getting better and better. And Collingwood would want to offer him something right now, but with the Neil Butters thing and a couple of other, we've got what's the saying? We've got our balls in the air. No, what do you say? We've got something in the air. We've got our
The balls in their court.
Now, what's the saying when you've got something in the air and you've got to try and catch them all? What's that fucking saying? Maybe it's balls.
I know what yeah.
Anyway, so Allen is a priority, but we don't. We possibly are going to offer Butters over $2 million a year to go in there and trump everyone, and Port won't match it. So we need to know exactly how much we've got to spend on Allen. So that is why it's not getting done right now, Anthony. That's my opinion. But I agree. He must be a priority, and I've got it on good authority that he's going to get signed. It's just a matter of how much and how long he'll get signed for. It probably ends up being a short, like a 2 or 3 year deal. So that in 2 or 3 years' time, when he's the next fucking Bontempelli, he can get a mega deal either with us or somewhere else. So how we know we absolutely Howe is a priority because we don't have another Howe. That's why we offered him one. Bang, we're offering him one. That means Pendlebury and Sidebottom are probably not going to go. So I understand why Howe was a priority. Okay, now this one here, he always picks Parker first warble. Yeah, that's right. Milkshakes. It's actually our detriment. We want to sign Allen because the longer it goes and we don't sign Allen, the more money he's going to get when we finally do sign him because he's getting better and better. He might end up playing in a couple of finals and just tear it up. Then we're really having to fork up the cash. So it's better for Allen, actually, if he wants to stay with us. With Parker used to be the go-to. So earlier in the year, when Moore kept getting injured, I think Howe a couple of times, that was the perfect opportunity to go and blood a guy like Cochrane or a guy like Howes. What does Fly go and do? He puts Parker in, a small backman, to totally put Billy Frampton under the pump. Why did Fly do that? Because he knew that Parker would be shit. He's not a tall defender. This was when Fly famously said at a press conference, so Fly, so with Darcy Moore out, are you thinking there's going to be a like for like? Oh, well, we don't have another 200 centimetre tall defender, so there's no like for like. Well, fuck it hell. Well, you've got Cochrane, who's 197 centimetres, and you've got Noah Howes, who's 192. He just thinks we're idiots. So that's what happened. So Parker was always getting a game instead of like a tall defender. And what happens, that meant that when Moore was ready to come back in, Fly knew it's really easy to drop Parker. So Parker was used as a prop, as a tool, so that it would allow. Because what happens was Cochrane comes in, does really well, or a Howes, or now we've got Puncher and does better than Moore. Then it looks really ridiculous when we drop a really good young kid and automatically bring in Darcy Moore, who's crap. So they needed to be able to bring Moore back in. But now Parker seems to be on the outer. He's not even getting into the emergency. So I wouldn't be surprised, but I think Parker's really now fallen out of favour. He was sort of a half Fly favourite. He would get games, but then he would automatically be dropped when someone like Moore was coming back in. So you reckon we're one of the Butters front runners, Matt? No, we are the only runner for Butters. Because the only reason there's two reasons why we don't get Butters. Now that we've got the Bobby Hill cash, that 750 grand now means we can offer Butters over 2 million. So Richmond's got 2.25 front-ended. We can match that. The only thing we can't match is Richmond's got so much space in the cap that they can give him $3 or $4 million front-ended We can't match that, but 18 million over 8 years, we can actually do that. Should we do that? That's another thing, but we can match it because we've just been gifted Bobby Hill's 750 grand. So that takes what we could offer. Say we could offer him like 1.5, 1.6. Richmond offering 2.25 over 8 years. We can now offer that. Now, what does Butters wants? He wants big games at the MCG. He wants a big club. He wants a team that's competing for success. Tick, tick, tick. Geelong don't play at the MCG. They don't have it on the books to be able to afford him. Bulldogs don't have that sort of cash. They play at Marvel, and Richmond won't be competing for 4 or 5 years. So Collingwood's blowing them out of the water. Now, the two reasons why he won't go to Collingwood. He just doesn't want to go. Maybe he just still hates Collingwood, remembers that from being a kid. He just hasn't told anyone. He might just not like Collingwood. My real concern is he's such a footy nuffy that he's gone around watching all of our podcasts and he's listening right now and he's realised that Fly is a fuckwit.
Yeah. And Houston could be saying shit to him as well.
Yep. Houston, this was my concern earlier in the year, is that I said, you know how they said, they've Nick Dacos as part of the interviewing process. They're taking Nick Dacos as part of that. I'm like, fuck, don't take Houston. Keep Houston the fuck away from him. And keep Fly McRae the fuck away from him as well. Because if you were a budding player, and this is probably, I wouldn't be surprised if Leper and Fly are having a conflict, because when we want to get these new players, Leper goes, oh, yeah, Fly, I'm going to go meet with Butters. Oh, can I come? No, Fly, you're not fucking coming. Remember last time you scared away Jack Silvani and you scared away that guy and this guy and Bailey Smith or whoever. Fly, if he was part of the recruitment process, he would scare players away.
Yeah.
Because he's just so fake and cringe. So I think actually probably if you're being realistic, because of that factor, Geelong, maybe he goes to Geelong.
Yeah,
but
Chris
I'm
Scott would
hoping,
tell me how he thinks. Yeah.
I'm hoping Dacos has sort of sold Butters. He's going to say, yeah, Fly's a pain in the ass. He does really weird shit, but with you and Neil and our backline's really solid, whatever Fly does will just be too good that his shit coaching won't get in the way. Because you know Dacos is onto this, because when Swadling got a game, Dacos gave Fly a backhander. He said, oh, if it had been me, I would have had Swadling playing the first round. He's an absolute gun. He's my favourite player.
Oh, I remember that. Yep.
Yeah. So he gets dropped. He was like in our top 5 players after playing 4 games. Like, this guy's a gun. 53% game time. He's getting like 14 possessions with half the time on ground. Parker already looking around. I wouldn't be surprised if a few of those guys are looking around. See, Parker might go to another side and be good. Ryan, I tell you what, we're probably going to end up delisting Ryan, but I'm sure other clubs will give him a go. They'll rookie list him the preseason draft or something like that. He's a decent footballer. Always picks up like 30 possessions. 30 possessions as like a tall running backman? Fucking what's to complain about?
Yeah.
Geelong would probably snap him up.
Yeah.
6'2", fast, accurate kick, good high disposal, can play short or tall. I tell you what, he's the type of fucking guy we could put on Ollie Dempsey.
Yeah.
I love Milkshake's handle. Least. Fire the liar flyer.
That's it.
Yeah, and we've got a future top ruckman, or a ruckman with great potential. Yes, he's out for the first half of the year, Oscar Steen, but he's going to be back. And if you watched the way this young guy his first game, second game, third game, the way he just jumped and tapped the ball right down Nick's and Geordie's throat. You got it made, mate. There you go. Zach, how about that? How would you like a ruckman like that, who's only 23, 24, and he's got hopefully 9, 10 years of rucking like that? A guy that can leap, his absolute timing. The great thing about Oscar Steen, I noticed, was his timing. His timing to actually just connect with that tap, it was just fantastic. No wonder Nick was just rubbing his hands together, and it worked. As soon as he come in, did the rucking roll, completely the opposite to the erratic disorganisation of DC, who couldn't jump, couldn't leap, and you got to go like that. I'm hoping, yes, it's just unfortunate he's done his knee, but he's back again mid-year next year, and he's going to play some footy, and then hopefully more and more after that. He's going to be our ruckman, and we'll get another ruckman at some stage. We'll get another ruckman, whether it's Co or whatever it may be. We'll get another ruckman. DC's got another year to go, but we will get another ruckman. You have a ruckman like that, and you have a backup ruckman who's mid-20s, mid to late 20s, who can just chime in and do the things. And Steen, the other thing with Oscar Steen, I'm probably getting off the rucking situation, is the fact that we had a ruckman who, how many of those games, those few games that he played, that he just popped himself down in the goal zone around the 25, 30 metres out from goal, plucked
good contested
just
mark.
one single grab and went back and poked it through, put it through. Guy with confidence like that, who was left just absolutely shamefully in the VFL for far too long. And, people just, and even when he played the first game, people said, oh, why are you picking him? He's not good enough. He's been with the club 3 years and all this sort of bullshit. Well, that's not that lad's fault. That's not Oscar Steen's fault. That's the coaches. That's the coaching panel. Just not having faith in the guy. There are certain guys, and I think Sam Swaddling is exactly the same here too, guys. Probably he's had those 2 fantastic VFL games, but in other games when he was playing VFL, you'd get 17, 18 possessions, pretty okay and all that sort of stuff. But he's the sort of guy, you put him in the AFL and he'll still get 17, 18 possessions. He'll do the same. And it's what he does with it. And he's also pretty cluey as well. He's pretty smart. He's pretty cluey. He knows where to run. And putting him into the AFL, he's learning every day, every game off people like Nick. It's better to learn off a guy like that when you're with him and playing with him than watching VFL or after he's finished his VFL and then he's watching him either at the game or on the TV or whatever it may be. Get the guy with these guys. Get these young guys playing with them. They'll learn a lot more, and they'll be a far more. They'll actually, I think, build their confidence. Plus, Nick's always talking to people. Nick's talking to the young guys.
Yeah.
And you can learn from what he says as well, not just the way he plays. You can learn from what he says to a guy as well. But stuck in the VFL for weeks, you're not going to learn a hell of a lot. And if there's a couple of things I'm really annoyed about Fly's, the fact that I think it shows that he has no faith and no confidence in these guys. If he did have confidence and faith, he would have been picking them early in the year when we were actually saying some of these guys deserve to get a game.
Yeah. Do you think with this feud that's going on between Leper and Fly, I would love it if I'm hoping that some senior players come out and start to just I would rather keep Leper than Fly. They talk about, Leper's got this big personality. And when I hear that sort of shit, I just, everyone else are fucking snowflakes. Craig Kelly's a big personality. Leper's a big personality. Now, it just means that everyone else is soft. And these guys are going straight down the line. Although I wasn't impressed with Craig Kelly the other night because he signed off on that pre-game, but that's a whole other story. So I think it might get to a stage where Dacos is saying, "Hey guys, do you want to keep me?" Right? I'm not. Look, I would rather go and play for Ken Hinkley than Craig McRae. All right. So I'm not happy with his direction. Fucking, it's either him or me. Get rid of him. We need a proper fucking coach with some integrity. I know that AFL coaches, they've got to be politicians to a certain extent. They can't tell us everything that's going on behind the scenes. But this guy just fucking gaslights us and bullies and mistreats the fucking VFL players. It's a disgrace. The example he sets as a coach and the contradictions and the hypocritical way he goes about it. And I reckon Nick Dacos, as a mature young man, absolute gentleman, well raised, he'd be the type of guy going, this guy just doesn't fit in with my moral compass. How can we fucking, he's not going to be around for the next premiership. We've got to get rid of him.
I think a lot will happen over the off season. If Nick does not get the captaincy, and if they allow Darcy to continue again,
oh my God,
I think that will just about be the end of the. That will be it for I think Nick, Josh, and you can imagine Peter. You can imagine his dad having plenty to say about that. I would imagine that would be that could very well be the straw that breaks the camel's back. As far I'm sorry, but if we go with Darcy again, because Darcy's just this Mr. Nice guy, and you don't want to upset him or anything like that, or he's had a rough year and he's been troubled with the injuries, and it's been just one of those terrible years, but it's not going to happen next year. We're going to go with Darcy again. If that happens, I'll tell you what, you certainly have me having plenty to say.
No, that can't happen, can it, Matt? Can't possibly happen.
Oh, no.
Don't bet on it. Don't bet on it. It could. I'll tell you what, it just could happen. Nothing would surprise me.
Yeah, we need to get rid of Fly, and this is how you get all of the Collingwood Glazers. The Fly we trust people. In Fly we trust. Fly can't do anything wrong. You say to any one of those people, Nick Dacos has I have on good authority that Nick said it's either Fly or him. What would all those Glazers say? Fuck, what? No. Fly has to go.
Yeah.
They would turn on Fly because it would come out like, all this stuff. Because if Nick Dacos was saying what we're saying, can you imagine that everyone would just jump all over Fly?
Oh yeah.
So this has to happen. So it might not come out in public, but I think what will happen is the Dacos family will say, "We've had enough of this guy. Here's a generational player. He's a Dacos. He's got his brother in. We're going to get Neil. We can get Butters, but we can't put up with this fucking joke of a coach any longer. He's got to go, or it's us."
Yeah, and you're not going to get rid of the Dacos family. No fucking way.
Lucas, who do you think should be captain next year for Collingwood? Just as
me?
as a independent person, who do you think? Just obviously you're not Collingwood, but you've watched enough games. Who do you think will be the right fit for Collingwood next year? Captain.
If it was me, I'd probably give it to I'd give it to Nick Dacos. I wouldn't even hesitate with that. I don't think there'd be any other candidates. I think it'd be Nick Dacos. That's it. I don't think there's anyone else that's. I can understand the argument for Maynard. I can understand that, but I want Dacos. Dacos is going to be there for the next 10 plus years. He's a captain for your next 10 plus years.
Yeah, Brozzy starting to get some injuries too. He puts his body on the line every game, and that's the issue. You know, broken ribs 1 week, then he takes time away with the injuries. Yet that Plastio foot injury going back a couple of years ago as well. Now he's obviously busted shoulder and all that sort of stuff. And you know, there's a few injuries here and there. I'm not on, you know, so that's credit to the guy because he actually puts his body on the line. He attacks the foot, he attacks the opposition player, and he, you know, gets a lot of criticism from opposition fans and even the media. Reckons he's, you know, plays probably goes over the line too many times, but he's good for Collingwood. There's no doubt about that. For me, Bruzzy and Nick would work well together. They've worked well together this year. They've swapped it over from 1 week to the other, and alternatively because Darcy hasn't been there.
How old is Nick?
About anyone saying because Nick's only 22 and he'll be 23 soon. He's too young. He's too young. He's played a lot of football now, mate. Guys, anyone's saying that he's played like 3.5 seasons of AFL football. He's played in the biggest games and performed. He won us a lot of games this year. He did the same last year. He's had 3 outstanding seasons of AFL football. And you're telling me and you're telling us that he's too young to lead the football club? That's just crap, you know?
Wow.
When I see a leader. This guy has ultimately nearly every week without fail, maybe 1 or 2, and he missed a game early in the year because of injury. But for most weeks, 95% of the time, the guy plays with heart. He wants to win. He plays for the team. And, you know, he's not perfect, but he plays for the team. He's our best player by far, absolutely. And I'm not saying that because he's our best player, he should be captain. He is a leader. He's showing it at 22. He's probably shown it for the last 18 months that he's a future leader. He's only going to get better. Give the job to him. Give the job to him. Bruzzy would make a very good vice captain. Bruzzy's 30. He'd be honoured to be vice captain for the footy club. He wouldn't mind at all if Nick got the job. But it would be a huge backward step if we went with Darcy Moore again. A huge backward step. I thought it was wrong for us to have him as captain this year. I thought it was wrong back in October when we were talking about it on some of the streams. I said, you know, we need to make a change. And to me, it should have been done then, but it definitely has to be done this time.
I didn't know he was that young. I thought he was 24. Fucking hell, he's only 22 still.
22, 23 soon, yeah.
So in a way, he's still your future. Like, even though he's played 100+ games, he's still your future. He's going to be there for 10+ years.
Games, yeah.
And he's only 20.
He's going to be...
yeah.
He'll be 150 games, you know, going into next season. Sort of like, I mean, the guy... This business, stop looking at the age. Anyone saying, oh, he's too young, the guy, look at what he does on the field. Look at the way he performs on the field and the thing. Look at the way I was just talking about before. He gets around all the young guys when they come in and play, gets around Swaddling. He gets around Anderson. He gets around, he was in those games where Oscar Steen, before he did his knee, he was talking to Oscar Steen every single ball up, before every ball up, and during the stoppages and so forth, you know, talking to him. The guy, don't judge him on his age. Judge him on what he does on the field. And he does so much off the field too. He's a good talker off the field. He's just as good a talker as, if not better than Darcy Moore with what he says off the field. And with the promotions and things you have to do, you know, outside of the, you know, game day and things like that. He goes to events. Don't judge him because he's only 22. Judge him for his football ability and talent and leadership. That's what you pick. That's your captain.
Yeah, that's your captain for 10 years, bang. And... You know, Joel Selwood was a young captain when he took over. Very young captain. and there was no problem there. Look at that. Went on to win a flag, premiership captain in 22. So there's nothing wrong with a young captain. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. And he's still your future. He's still going to be there for 10 plus years. He's your future. He's your investment still. You need to look after him. You need to look after your future and your investment.
Lucas, did any Geelong supporters question or criticise the move to Joel Selwood becoming a captain at such a young age? Was there any negative effect there?
Before there was a few negative effects too. So Cameron Ling relinquished it. Joel Selwood took over. There was a lot of people saying that Scarlett might get it, but the negatively stopped. It just stopped. Like he played a few games, Selwood, and then straight away was a hit with the fans. Like it didn't become an issue, and he was a captain for 10 plus years. Premiership captain 2022. No one complained. So there were a little bit of comments. Oh, he's too young, but they stopped very quickly after that, and we all got on with it and we moved on. So I'm sure that will happen to Nick Dacos. They can question he's too young, but they all will move on with it and they'll get over it. And so that's it. And they thought Ablett would be the captain. Ablett, like Gary Ablett, Jr.
Yep.
But that didn't work. It happened because he went to Gold Coast, so captained over there. So look, for a little bit, yeah, people said, "Oh, he's too young. Maybe we should go with Scarlett. Maybe we should go with someone else." Stevie J, even. Went with Selwood. Best decision the club made, and he rewarded them with a premiership. Now, premiership may not come, but the comments stopped and everyone loved it. So that's what's going to happen with Nick. You might get the odd comment saying he's too young, but they'll stop after a while. In fact, it'll stop very quickly when his form continues the way it is. So there shouldn't be a problem with that. Age should not be a problem. It's your leadership you question, not the age.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think Nick got good leadership.
Nick, and people's thinking that he might struggle with the extra pressure on him as captain. That's just crap. I'm sorry, I don't agree with that. The guy is the best player in the footy club anyway. He's getting. He's everyone. When everyone talks about Collingwood, they talk about Nick Dacos. We saw it last week. Chris Scott gave him the respect that he played manner on him. And that was all talked about for days ahead of that. Cat wasn't out the bag. We all knew that was all going to happen. They weren't going to allow Nick to just run around on his own. And I mean, Nick still played quite well anyway. But
he did, yeah.
The stuff about Nick not going to be able to handle the pressure because he's going to be a captain. Well, sorry, don't agree with that at all. Because he's been captain for half the season this year and he's played well in those games. People need to think about that. And if it's not him, he's been, the second sidekick to Bruzzy anyway, Braden Maynard. He still plays the same way. Nothing changes with Nick. He still plays out of his skin normally, 95% of the time. His quiet games are still, for anyone else, if he can still get 25 possessions, for most other people, that's a decent sort of game. But for Nick, he normally gets 30 plus, 30, mid-30s, and he gets the exceptional games when he goes closer to 40 and all of that. Nothing's going to change with the guy. So that's just what I think anyway.
Spot on with it, yeah. Won't impact one little bit.
No, not at all. And yep, and it's the future. We talked about the future, and that is the future. I think we need to draw, whether we play a wild card final or a game for wild card and whatever happens after that, we need to draw a line underneath this year And if we're going to move players on, move them on. If there's going to be some retirements, so be it. We need to go well in the trade and do as well as we can for the trade and draft, and try and make sure that we manage our lists and get players that we really do need, because there are quite a few deficiencies in our team. And I think going forward with Tassie coming in and all that sort of stuff, no one really knows how that's going to affect clubs for the future. Everyone's sort of saying, well, this might happen and that might happen, but the proof is in the pudding. We don't really know. Probably we won't know for 2 or 3 years when they're in, as to how that affects us with, the concessions and the draft picks that they will get compared to other clubs. But, the way I look at it, that you're in a situation right now, the players you should know the players you're going to be keeping next year and who the players that you most likely won't be keeping next year. Then you actually, a list manager's role should be still right from the end of trade right through to the next trade period. They should be looking around and going through all the teams' lists, going through the state leagues, going through the VFL, and doing their due diligence. And they should be having names on their lists even well before trade period as to who they might be targeting. That's what our list managers should be doing. They shouldn't be just waiting until we get to the end of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. You do what you do what's best for the club, and I feel like making Nick captain, it just keeps everyone happy, doesn't it? It just keeps it needs to be done. It's what needs to be done. And I don't see if you get like this, if you get Darcy more captain, like what's that benefiting? Who's it going to benefit? Is that where you want to be as a club? Is that what you would like with Dangerfield? Like him playing on, not retiring, that doesn't benefit anyone. Just it only benefits his own ego, his own ego. So if you made Darcy more captain, are you just doing it for his ego, or are you benefiting for the club? It just wouldn't make any sense to me. You're just feeding his ego there. So you surely would have to go Nick. If you don't want Nick, like I said, you don't have to give it to Nick, give it to Brazzy. And that's just as equally as good. But I think it's just what's best for the club is that you just give it to Nick Dacos, and we can all just move on. And he's your captain for the next 10 years. Bang, no problem. Easy as you like. It's that simple, really. Don't need to overcomplicate things.
So is it actually true, Lucas, that Patrick Dangerfield is asked to get another year with the Cats? Is that definite? Is that what you're hearing from inside Geelong? Was that media talk, or is that the rumour, or what are the chances that Geelong will do that?
No, he's actually signed. He just signed 2 weeks ago. He signed a new 1-year deal. He did, yeah.
Did he? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't follow.
And you know what his response was? His response was, well, I'm near game 400, I want to play that, it's a good opportunity, blah, blah, blah. So that move, re-signing him, is only benefiting his ego. And for order to him to play 400 games, so they need to have a deep finals campaign, which is unlikely. When I mean deep, I mean like prelim. And then he needs to play 15, 20 games next year. That ain't going to happen. He can't even play one without that game against Melbourne. He was embarrassing. Now, not because of his effort, but every time he went near the ball, we came off a massage. Absolutely embarrassing. And you think, mate, why would you go again? You're doing more harm to the football club than good. That was terrible by Geelong. I understand why they did it, because he's a club legend, but I don't give a fuck about that. If he wants to play game 400, that's fine. Do it at another club. I don't care. And that it's just feeding his ego. It's just really disappointing. That really disappointing when I saw that. And it's weak by the club.
I heard Hamish McLaughlin. No, was it Hamish? Yeah, Hamish. He's the one on Channel 7. Hamish McLaughlin talked to Dangerfield in one game. It was post-match, I'm pretty sure, one of the Geelong games, going back a while now. This is probably obviously before he signed. I didn't know about that, by the way. And I reckon Hamish asked him about, would you like to go on next year? Wouldn't it be great to get to 400 games and all this sort of stuff? So obviously that was
no worries, Matt. No worries, thank you.
That was a talking point back then. So obviously the contract's been put in front of him since that time. How many games do you reckon you'll get out of Dangerfield next year anyway?
You want me to be honest, the way his body's going? I think it'd be a miracle if he got to 10.
Not necessarily. Oh, yeah, I'm not asking in regards to his body and his.
Yeah, I honestly think
like
I think we'll be lucky if he plays 10 games, depending on draw, where Geelong play. He won't get to 400 next year. But there's just no way he's going to play. So, what's he on now? Let me check.
He wouldn't make All Australian this year, would he? You've watched the games. He wouldn't be in the squad, would he?
Absolutely not. Not a chance. No way.
Don't think it's been a very good year for him. I'm not watching Geelong games. You are, but surely. But somebody said, like, was it Jared Waitley? I don't know. How many All Australian teams has he made? Do you know?
All Australian.
7.
8. He's made 8. Yep.
I'm sure I heard Jared Waitley refer to him that he could be the first Geelong player to get to 10.
Nah, he's not making this year.
Would there be another Geelong player that in the current era or in the last 10, 15 years, apart from Gary Ablett Jr., maybe, although he went away? Who's how many All Australians playing for Geelong has Gary Ablett been in while playing for Geelong, not Gold Coast, Geelong? Would it be as many as Dangerfield?
No. See, Dangerfield's got 2 with the Crows. So put that into calculation.
Yeah, all right, okay. But
so he's got 8. Yeah, 6. So that make it 6.
Who's got the most currently for the Cats, like in recent years, in the last, say, 15 years? Do you know? Joel Selwood would have had quite a few.
Yes, Ablett had 8, but I think 5 of those were at Geelong, and the last 3 were at Gold Coast. Selwood, I'm just looking at now.
He's got to be close to 8, 9, surely. Just trying to think back.
No, he's got 6. 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, what about Jeremy Cameron? How many's he had since he's been at the Cats?
Cameron,
virtually every year.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Every year he's been at Geelong.
Basically every year, except for this year and last year. Last year he made it.
So he's had 5, probably. Would that be right?
No, he had one at. I think he had one at GWS.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he's had 4. I might actually have to look that up. So I think he had one at GWS. I'm pretty sure, and then he's had 4 at Geelong. I'm actually gonna look that up. Stay with me with that one.
Hmm. So even Dangerfield playing for Adelaide, so he'd still be the highest since coming to Geelong in Brad Scott. I'm talking since Brad Scott's time as coach. So we're saying 16 years. Is there anyone else that's exceeded 8 All-Australians with Geelong since Brad Scott's taken? I'm plucking these questions out for you.
Yeah,
Trying to test your memory.
Cameron's actually got 2. Cameron's got 2 All-Australians with GWS. So he had one very early in his career in 2013. Then he had one in his last year. So he's won 3 with Geelong. Didn't know that. I thought he had 1, but I didn't know he had 2. So I think Dangerfield might be the high. Oh, actually, I might check Bartel.
Six at least.
Yeah.
I reckon. I'd be surprised if it was less than that.
Nah, they wouldn't be under Chris Scott. It wouldn't be under Chris Scott. It'd be under Bomber Thompson, but I'll have a look.
Oh, Bomber Thompson. Yeah, sorry, Bomber Thompson. Oh, no, hang on. When did Bartel retire?
2016. 2016, yeah.
Yes.
No, he wouldn't have had any under Chris Scott. Yeah, he wouldn't have had
it. Okay. So he would have got quite a few in Bomber Thompson's period there as coach.
I think not as many as you would think. Not as many as you think. I'd probably say 3.
5. Okay.
All right, I'll check that. I'm going to check that actually. Because he won a Norm Smith. He won a Brownlow. Oh, he won 2. Fucking hell.
Yep.
Well, that can't be right. Hang on, 2. Yeah, 1 in his Brownlow year, which was 07, and the one after that in 08.
Okay.
See, Bartel, Bartel, when he played for Geelong, didn't really have a Pacific. Yeah, I can probably explain that. So, when he was playing in Geelong, he didn't really have a Pacific role. So, you know, when he first came to the club, he was at half forward, then he was half back, then he was centre. So he played in a lot of different positions, Bartel. So that's probably what cost him. I'm going to check Matthew Scarlett. I'm actually going to check Scarlett.
He would have been fullback 4 times, I reckon. I'm going to say 4.
Ah, there we go. So he actually run 6.
6. Okay.
So that would put him leveled with Danger.
Okay.
So 2003 to 2011. So his first one 2003, last one was 2011.
Interesting. Okay.
That is.
Corey Enright, just looking. How many would he have had? 3 or 4? I reckon he might have had more than that, even still.
I think he might have had 5, I think. Boris was a tremendous player. Boris, I love him. He's such a fucking
I reckon you
great
could be
player.
right.
No,
4
he had
minimum,
6 actually.
5.
He had 6.
So he's up there too.
Yep. So from
He's up there
2008 to 2016.
Verbal. Very good team back when Bomber had him, I reckon. I mean, Chris Scott's had some good times with the team. I actually thought, to me, as an opposition supporter, Geelong had more A graders. I'll call them A graders. They had a lot more A graders back around that time, 10 years ago, sort of thereabouts. I'd say between 2010 onwards, I reckon. Maybe 2009 onwards. Of course, 2011, you played in the grand final.
But then it continued after that as well.
Finals it did. See, Chris Scott didn't win another flag until 10 years later in 2022. So it took him actually a long time. It took him 11 years. Yeah.
So what year was the year? Yeah, Lucas. What year was the year where Geelong missed the 8? What was the most recent time when you? What was that year when you missed the 8?
2023, the year after the grand final. We finished 10th, I believe. We played. Okay. We played Footscray in the last game in Geelong. And if we won that, we would have been in finals. But there was a result that happened early in the day that went against us, and we couldn't make it. And then we didn't even turn up that game. Bulldogs won easily. Yes.
20. You're saying 2023, 2023. You missed the 8.
I think so. Yes.
Really?
Yep, I think so. Yeah, because we played.
I don't even remember that. I thought crazy. That's our premiership year. Yes, I don't even recall.
I only
recall who we were playing in the finals, like GWS, and Brisbane, obviously.
No, we finished 12th that year. Yeah, one game out of the 8.
12th. Okay.
Yeah. So, what was that game? What was the game that needed to win? I'm just checking that. Yeah, we played Yeah, there we go. We played Footscray in the last round, and we lost that. We lost that by 30 points.
Amazing. What were you thinking in 2023 when you did you think was it a cliff situation, or do you think it was just a bad year for Geelong?
No, I thought that was it. I thought we were going to go down for a couple of years. And yeah, that was because Selwood retired. Hawkins probably shouldn't have went on. Dangerfield was at that point where he wasn't what he was now, but he was getting to that point. We didn't have many other younger guys coming through, so I thought, I thought that was it. To be fair, I didn't think rebuild, but I thought it would be like a Richmond where you just hold on to your older blokes and you just finish 8th. And then you finish like 10th and you slowly go down into a rebuild. I thought mainly of that.
Was there a lack of debuts, players coming in from the VFL that were getting games, much like what's happening to Collingwood at the moment? I'm just trying to, you would know, was it a case of sticking with the old guard all the time and playing players that maybe were on the way out or struggling or not performing, underperforming or whatever it may be? Can you recall much? What was the story? Was it injuries? What was the issue that year?
No, we just played our old list. We didn't really play many kids that game. Because we started poorly. We started really poorly that season. And that's what did us.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Did you lose?
Yeah,
so your first month and a half was pretty ordinary, wasn't it?
Yeah, so the first 3 weeks we were on the first 3 weeks we were bottom of the ladder. And we didn't actually get into the top 8 until round 6 or 7. And then we were there for a couple of weeks, and then we went out, and then we'd lose like 4 in a row, then win 3 in a row, then we'd lose 4 in a row, and that was it. So when we got on a winning streak, we actually would get 3, 4 in a row. But then when we lost, we didn't lose 1, then win 1. We lost, then win, then lost. So there was always a streak or a pattern. When we played, we would either win 3 in a row or lose 3 in a row. There wasn't really any between, and yeah, we just the bad season just gave us away. To be fair, so the season was over before it began. Really, we started 0-3, and his history says you don't come back. Only Sydney have done that in the modern times. And we didn't do that. So, and then 2024. It was a bit of a resurgence. It was a bit of a resurgence year that. We played. Yeah, so we went from 12th to prelim final, and we got knocked out by Brisbane. Brisbane knocked us out because Henry kicked a goal with 1 minute to go. And we couldn't fucking hold on. Rayner kicked the fucking winning goal, the prick. So yeah, we went from so technically we've gone from 12th so we've gone from winning grand final to 12th to prelim to grand final. And we've played a lot of kids, to be fair.
Yeah. Whenever you want to finish off, Lucas, I'm ready to make a move if you want to end it and all that. So it's up to you.
I'm happily. Oh yeah, I'll end it. We've been going for 4 hours and 21 minutes. Jesus.
Completely up to you, mate.
No, that's all right. I might end it. Is that all right with you?
Yeah, do it.
All
By
right.
all means.
Okay, then.
I've got to end up.
So what I'll do?
We've gone long enough.
I'll thank everyone in the comments. Can't get through well, actually, I will get through everyone. So Bussy Sniffer, Stefanos, Jake. Sorry, not Jake. Jacob. Sorry, Josh. Fucking hell. Matt, obviously. You, Daz. Chris joined in. Anthony joined in. Bo came on. Milkshakes came on. Did anyone else come on? I might have missed. No, I think that's it. There you go. So thank you very much for everyone for coming on. We've still got 7. Yeah, you did. No, I mentioned you, Daz. We've still got 7.
Came on.
That's it. Yeah. Yeah.
Craig
Fly the
McRae.
milkshake. Yeah.
Fly was in the background, and Danger was on listening. He was listening to you.
Yeah.
Darcy was on.
Yeah.
Darcy Moore.
Strip
Dan
the
Houston
shit
was
out
on.
of him. Yeah.
Ollie came on as well for a little while.
Ooh.
He came on, did
Yeah.
that rendition of "Oh You Pig Pony." Ollie Henry.
Oh yeah.
He started us off with the music. Well done, Ollie. Yep.
And Chris as well. There we go. Chris, fantastic.
That's
was
right. Yeah, Chris.
I was going to end the show without mentioning him. There you go. And we still got 8 people listening. Fucking hell. Well, there we go. Right?
Reasonable. That's not bad.
Bloody hell. Yeah, this time of night.
They're all
remember, it's 4.
people, probably.
Yeah. I doubt that very much, to be honest.
Oh, shit. Well done.
Doubt that very, very. Trust me on that. I doubt that very, very much.
Hope we've kept people interested anyway. That's the main thing. We've jumped around a bit. Started a lot of round ball game, soccer earlier. I had a bit of food by that time. Yeah, so pumped up Arsenal. Talked about my famous Gunners player.
Yep.
Yeah, and the poster and all of that, which it's here somewhere. I don't know where it is, but yeah, talked about my favourite player at that time and all of that. But
I can't wait for someone.
Always good.
I can't wait for someone to clip what I said about Sweep, calling him a ejector emo kid. Can't wait to see that on social media, but that's all right. We won't be cancelled. We will not be cancelled. We will keep going. We love this shit. And to Matt as well, 4 a.m. I'm going to be wrecked today. You sure will be, especially listening to us. So anyway, we're going to end the stream here. I was hoping Peter would get on, Daz, to push the show another half an hour, but that's all right. He didn't come on. That's fine.
I did all right. But doing a lot of listening tonight. I was doing a lot of listening.
Oh yes, well, we were doing listening when Bo came on. It was almost like the Bo and the 1v1 conversation.
Just read a comment. Where's the Patrick Lipinski life-size poster? Well, if there is a Patrick Lipinski life-size poster out there, I don't want it. So you better ask around, because there might be some takers. Just thought I'd say that because I saw that in the comments.
Yes. Okay. Fair enough.
All right. Thanks, Lucas. Enjoy your rest of your week. We'll speak to you at some stage on the streams, whenever that may be. So thank you very much for inviting us on, and me, and Go Pies. Thanks very much, and see ya. Have a good week, folks, and talk soon.
No worries, Daz. Thank you so much. And that will be the end of the stream. Thank you all for watching. I think we've just plugged out everyone there. Matt has got, the Warboy's got his Oppo show on coming this week as well. Scratch the Surface, my Geelong show, where my tipping and betting show. And then the watch along on Saturday with Ray, the Bomber Corner with Ray. I don't know how that's going to go. Fucking hell, that might be the last time she does a watch along. It's bloody hell. I'm going to go mental. But anyway, thank you all for watching. And if you're playing this back, may God have mercy on your soul. Yeah, it's going to be a tough listen to, isn't it? Goodbye for now.